Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The July 20th, 2011 meeting of the City Council is now called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., which my husband hates that hour, Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits. Once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property. Employees wearing safety vests of our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Mary Bredlau, Grace in the Desert Episcopal Church, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Most Holy One of us all, guide each of us citizens here in Las Vegas to take an active interest in searching how to enrich our community. Gift us with a sense of creativity even in the midst of these uncertain times of economic stress on both individuals and on families. Help us to remain open to listening to each other even as we face questions in our own lives. Bless us with the energy and intelligence we need to seek a life-giving compromise way of doing government, even though it may get messy and require a resilient spirit. Inspire us to face difficult changes with a willingness to find a better way of helping each other, and assist us with a spirit of bravery and directness as we face both personal and community-strained relations. We humbly ask your assistance to not give up in the face of increasing odds. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the ceremonial portion of the agenda. The Employee of the Year item has been postponed till the next meeting. So for our first item, I have a special presentation I want to make. Today we have a very special guest joining us. He is an international star who has consistently packed the showrooms in Las Vegas for more than 40 years, although you don't look that old. I'd like to ask Engelbert Humperdinck to join us, please, at the podium. Welcome. It's an honor to have us with you here today, and I understand that later this morning you will be honored with a star on the Las Vegas Walk of Stars. Congratulations on that honor. Your accolades are too many to list, but I'll mention that you have 63 gold and 24 platinum records, as well as a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I also have to say that anyone with the nickname like the King of Romance is all right with me. In fact, it's a battle in our house.
I wanted to thank you personally for making Las Vegas part of your career and bringing your millions of fans here to see you perform all of your hits. I understand that your first show in Las Vegas was at the Riviera Hotel in 1968, and that you were introduced by your good friend and Las Vegas legend, Dean Martin. You'll be performing at the Paris Hotel Casino this weekend, and I wanted to make sure to present you with something memorable that you don't put in a closet and hide, to thank you for being such a big part of Las Vegas. So today, I'm giving you a key to the city of Las Vegas. Hidden key, if you'd open it, please. Okay, and what I have lost my very special part. Hold on. I have to tell you, because the reason I know I've lost my part, this is the very first key I am giving as mayor of Las Vegas. So that's why I'm absolutely thrilled to death to be giving it to you. Well, a kiss, kiss. Now, listen to this. We also have a proclamation in your honor that we are giving you. And I know one of the most beautiful parts of it is the casing. And so we want you to be sure to know that in this very dire economy, we are giving you this leather casing as well. The key represents it. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to have such support behind me. My eyes are failing, but actually the will is very good. It represents, the key represents a piece of our heart, and I want you to know we truly appreciate all you've done for our city. We'd be happy to hear a few words from you now, if you would care to.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Mayor Gooden. I'm extremely key to the city of Las Vegas. Would you do me a great favor and please don't change the lock in a hurry? This key is a great, in all sincerity, it's a great honor for me to receive it, and I thank you most sincerely for those kind words that you've said about me. I do appreciate it. This key will open many, many memories because as you know, Dean Martin helped me get started in Las Vegas, and I've been here since 1968 and had nothing but a great, great time. It's a wonderful city, and I'm happy to be here until God takes me.
Oh, my gosh, how beautiful. Thank you. How beautiful. Councilman Wolf.
Thank you.
Councilman Tarkanian, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you.
And Councilman Coffin on this end. And Councilman Ross and Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you so much. And here is that. Thank you. We sure can.
I'd love to.
Can we have and the key? Who has the key?
I have the key.
Now we've been told it does open the slot machines, but we don't know which one.
Thank you very much.
I've died and gone to heaven. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you. How very special for us all. What an honor, and what this gentleman has done all these many years. Just, you look better than ever, too. I'm not going home.
See you later.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. You know something? It's wonderful that we have seasoned council people here. I've been trying to mess through the papers because I had a paper clip on them, and I just got a suggestion, take the paper clip off. So I'm going to do much better. The recognition of the Employee of the Month. For our next item, we're going to recognize the July Employee of the Month, and I would like to ask Jorge Cervantes, the city's Director of Public Works, to join us at the podium. Wonderful, dedicated individual that he is. And I'm proud to announce that the July Employee of the Month is Mark Podokar. Mark, please join us.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations. Mark is a designer who's been with the city since 2001. His job responsibilities include designing a variety of architectural projects in the city, including everything from buildings to parks, trails, and renovations. When his visions are constructed, the community benefits from the wonderful new amenities that improve our overall quality of life. Most recently, Mark played a major role in coordinating the move to the Development Services building at 333 North Rancho Drive at I-95. Mark has worked very hard to iron out any of the design and contractor issues with the renovation of the building and the move of multiple departments to that site. This is an extremely important event because the new Development Services Center offers a one-stop shopping for all those seeking permits and moving forward with planning, and even for all of us who own homes and want to take on minor small projects. In just a few short months since the department moved in, we've already seen significant customer service improvements. The city's goal is to look at the entire development services process from the customer's perspective, trying to find ways to make it take less time, less travel, less bother, and less movement all over the town to achieve the ultimate end. We've had a great start with this new center, and it's going to do nothing but get better. We appreciate the skill and efficiency as well as the positive attitude that Mark continuously brings to work every single day. And on behalf of the entire City Council, it's a pleasure to name him the July 2011 Employee of the Month. This doesn't come just all by itself and nothing else. Along with this certificate, Mark is receiving a $100 Visa gift certificate card, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union, and a donation of another $100 will be made to the charity of his choice by Superpon. I'd like to ask Jorge to say a few words, and then we'll hear from Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As was indicated, Mark was really our lead designer that helped us move into the new Development Service Center, and it was no easy task. You know, we're talking about moving 250 employees, 4 departments over a weekend, and have everything up and operational by the following Monday so that we wouldn't interrupt service to our community. And so big challenges getting all the computer terminals up and running, phones running, getting everybody situated, and Mark did a great job, and his demeanor is really what made it all happen. The right attitude, the right personality, working with individual people to see what their concerns are at their workstations, and a great job to have us up and running the Monday morning, ready to serve the community. So, Mark, thank you so much for your service, and congratulations.
Would you care to say a few words?
Sure, why not?
We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank Jeremy and Mike in our office for nominating me, and I appreciate everything. Been here for 10 years. I enjoyed everything, and look forward to just keep working here and learning more. Thank you.
Thank you. And here is the beautiful certificate, and we congratulate you. And I'm sure wherever our camera person is, Jorge, could you join in this too, in the council? Thank you. If you come here, I think we can all do it. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. For our next item, I would like to invite Senior Citizens Advisory Board Chair Betty Evans to join us at the podium. Betty's going to recognize the city's Senior of the Quarter. Betty, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Earlier, when Reverend Mary spoke, she spoke about the citizens and how they could help the city. And we have a gentleman here today that has done just that. He volunteers his time in several different organizations. So I'd like to have Fred come on up here, and Fred's family, and Fred's friends. Herb, I'm sorry. Why did I write Fred? Herb, come on up here. I'm sorry. See, the guys are supporting me too, okay? So nice to have you. What does Herb do Herb volunteers in many different ways. Out at Sun City for their security patrol. He volunteers at Catholic Charities. How many hours?
3,200 hours. I have right now 17,000 hours.
Wow. Turn that way a little bit. But more importantly, it's within my heart, he volunteers with our vets. Our vets come home and sometimes they need a little help. Sometimes they need a wheelchair. Sometimes they need someone to talk to. And Herb is out there every day?
Every day, no, every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday, helping our vets. And he has awards from the vets that say what a great job and the thank you that he does for them. He has more and more hours. He doesn't sit on that couch and watch all the soap operas. He's out there making a difference in our community. So, Herb, do you want to say something?
I want to thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Anthony. And thank you for being with me today. I want to thank you. It means more to me to get a paycheck than someone saying thank you at the door. You know, pushing someone through the wheelchair, it means more to me than a paycheck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And one more thing. Herb had a birthday on Monday. So happy birthday.
Thank you.
Okay.
And would you like to present him with this beautiful certificate? We congratulate you and thank you so much for all your service. Thank you. Thank you, Betty. Thank you so much. Herb, good job. Congratulations. Recognition of Chuck Baker for his work on the city's donation stations. For our next item, Councilwoman, pardon me. We know we can tell the difference, right? Thank you. Lois Tarkanian is going to recognize a local citizen for an idea that has really been a true benefit to the city. Councilwoman.
Thank you. Today I'm pleased to honor a local gentleman, Mr. Chuck Baker. He has many interests and hobbies. However, it's his role as advocator and volunteer supporter of veterans which brings us here today. More specifically, his suggesting the idea for donation station meters to former Mayor Oscar Goodman. A while back, Mr. Baker attended a convention in Denver, Colorado, where he first saw the meters being used. He brought the idea back with him to Las Vegas, shared it with the mayor. The mayor thought it was a wonderful idea and quickly put it into practice, and we've collected over $3,000 now. Those are the meters you may remember that are like parking meters, except you put money in there that is used to help the homeless. And so, Mr. Baker, will you and your family please join me at the podium? Yeah.
Mention that?
Yes, I am. Okay, I just didn't want to mention it if it wasn't
okay.
happening.
We have a big family, so they are going to sit.
Are you going to sit? Well, maybe we can have the cameraman then take a picture backwards and get you all in there, too. While serving in the U.S. Army, Baker was an editor and writer for newspapers at Fort Riley, Kansas. He later served in combat in Vietnam with the 1st Infantry Division, where he earned the Combat Infantryman's Badge, was awarded the Purple Heart, and promoted to Specialist 4. He is the author of 3 books, The Rockin' 50s. Gosh, I remember those days. I think I had a boyfriend stationed at Fort Riley, Kansas, too.
It might have been me. I don't know.
Another book is How Virtually Anyone Can Buy Real Estate, and his most recent book, Flowers for Princess Diana, co-written with Englishman Ian Jackman, published in August 2002. He also wrote and produced the award-winning instructional home video, Basic Real Estate Investing. He attended Wright Junior College in Chicago, Los Angeles City College, where he earned his Associate of Arts degree, California University, LA, and LaSalle School of Law in Chicago, where he earned a Bachelor of Law degree. He also studied television news reporting at the University of Baltimore and at UCLA. In addition to being the editor of the National Purple Heart magazine for the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Mr. Baker is a member of the National Association of Real Estate Editors, of which he's a former director, the Disabled American Veterans, of which he is a former department commander, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, of which he is a former post commander, the American Legion, International Combat Camera Association, and he is a founding member and past two-term chairman of the Las Vegas Historic Preservation Committee. Las Vegas Mayor Oscar Goodman appointed him to the position of Veterans Liaison on his kitchen cabinet during his first term. Baker also served as a member of the Pahrump, Nevada Tourism Commission in 2007-2008. He and his wife Linda have a son Nicholas, who currently lives in Italy. Chuck's son Tyrone and his wife live in California with their 3 children. This is to give you a background of someone within our community. There's so many people such as Chuck that have such an illustrious background, who have worked so hard to help others. And he came after doing all this other business with the veterans. He saw a chance to help the homeless, and he gave the idea and quickly to Oscar, and Oscar quickly put it into action. So we want to thank you very much for what you've done and ask you to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to mention, since we gave you that information, my son in Italy is actually sitting right there. Welcome home. So thank you. Thank you, my wife Linda, my in-laws, my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, my cousin, and everybody else. And, you know, I just want to say that I was really very pleased, obviously, that when I did come to Mayor Oscar Goodman, that he did embrace that idea. And I'm glad that the city of Las Vegas is such where you can bring those ideas to the council and they can be acted upon. And with that in mind, Councilwoman, I want you to know that I've come up with some other ideas, and I'm going to present them to you, and maybe you can consider them. You can give them to the mayor. Oh, well, we can go there. All right. Thank you. And, okay. Thank you.
And we're giving him this proclamation, and it's stating that today, July 20th, we, the mayor and the members of the city council, proclaim great pride in proclaiming that July 20th is Chuck N. Baker Day all day long. So your family should...
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. One more. Okay. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you, and congratulations. We're also proud of you and grateful for your service to our community. Wait.
You gave me back your proclamation.
Our final item, Councilman Ricky Barlow is going to recognize the efforts of one of our outstanding local students. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Today I am honored to introduce a very special young man, Lazaro Caesar. If you would please come forward and stand with me at the podium. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to really celebrate the young talent in the Clark County School District. Lazaro, who has just completed 8th grade at West Preparatory, Charles I. West Preparatory Academy, school in my ward, Ward 5 in West Las Vegas, was recently accepted to Phillips Exeter Academy in New Hampshire for high school. Let's give him another round of applause. For those of you that don't know, Phillips Exeter is a prestigious boarding school that has been in existence since the 1700s. Phillips Exeter Academy offers small class sizes, and many of the students attending this high school will have the opportunity to go on to Ivy League. The coeducational boarding school, which is about 1,000 students, offers more than 450 courses in 19 subject areas and has a student-teacher ratio of 5-to-1. Exeter alumni include Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg and Dan Brown, author of The Da Vinci Code. Exeter students come from 47 states and 20 countries. Lazaro's education at Phillips Exeter will cost approximately $43,000 a year, but all of the costs will be covered because of Lazaro's academic achievement and performance in the school district. So congratulations again to you for that. Yes, that was $43,000 a year. He was awarded a full ride 4-year scholarship, and for the next year's freshman class, Exeter received 1,305 applications and admitted only 225 new students, and I am very pleased and honored to say that Lazario Caesar was one of those 225. Lazario is considering careers in politics, maybe as a U.S. Senator or in medicine. Lazaro has been an active part of the community. His hobbies include performing oratory, basketball, and of course, learning. He is very close to his family and enjoys spending time with his mom, Marina Pantaleon. Are you here? Please come forward. Please come forward. And of course, his dad, Lazaro Caesar Sr. Please come forward. Is your dad here? Your dad's not here? Well, let's give your dad a round of applause in his absence. And brother Lazaro Jonathan Caesar, is he here? Okay, all right. Well, we want to make sure that you had some support here. Attending from the school, of course, is Mr. Darren McCoy, who is the Student Success Community Director at Charles I. West Preparatory Academy. So please come forward, Mr. McCoy, if you will, as a representative of the school. Thank you. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the leader of the school, the principal, Dr. Barton, who is a great supporter of our students' achievement and academic success. And Lazaro, I just really wanted to celebrate you here before this council to congratulate you on a job well done with your academic achievements. And I would like for you to share a few words.
I would just like the councilman, the city of Las Vegas, for recognizing me and awarding me with this award for my accomplishments. I'd also like to thank the city for giving me a place to learn and a place to live. So, in this beautiful city. So, just thank you.
You're so welcome. Well, what we really want you to do is go and excel academically, but bring your talents back to Las Vegas to really give back to your community. Okay? All right. So, congratulations to you. And Mom, I would like for you to say a few words, if you will.
Yes, I want to say thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Lazaro.
And Mr. McCoy, on behalf of Charles I. West Prep.
Thank you all for having us here this morning. This young man makes it all worthwhile for us and for me especially. And I just wish I had many, many more students like him. So, Lazaro, thank you so much. All right, thank you.
And this is an award from you, and thank you so very much for your achievements. And at this time, if the council don't mind just taking a picture with Lazaro so he can hang it up inside of his dorm room to be reminded that you have a lot of people supporting you, that the entire community, the mayor, and the entire city council really supports your academic achievement. We want you to soar high and continue to give back to whatever community you choose to live in. And congratulations to you, and God bless you, man. All right? Mayor?
Thank you. Don't go away. I have to look forward so you can have this picture for your wall in the dorm. Speaking from behind you, first of all, I want to let you know it's very cold where you're going. And I am going to make sure, if Councilman Barlow reminds me, to get you a nose warmer and earmuffs, because the snow will make both this and these freeze. But then with a warm nose, you'll go into class and be just at home. We're so proud of you. And Mom, doesn't happen without parents behind. And this is going to be a challenge. I hope you will stop by the office at some point so we can have a chat before you go off. You've got a huge challenge ahead of you. Born and raised here in Las Vegas?
No, I was born in Miami.
And so you're from warm to warm. So still, I want to see you, because the challenge to go to a brand new place, which is sort of isolated back there, and be with students from all around the world, and have so much on your plate. You're up to it, you can do it, but you really need to understand where you're headed. We're so proud of you. West Prep, named after Dr. Charles West, who was a great physician, dentist, I believe, here. And the school is a remarkable institution. If you have not visited it, you need to go out there. The youngsters, as I recall, are in uniform, and it's a pretty tightly run ship. But they learn, and believe me, Lazario is one of many to come. And hopefully in a year's time, there'll be somebody joining you there from West Prep or from somewhere else in the community. We wish you good luck. Know your community and your city council, and I are behind you 100%. Just pick up the phone, call anybody, collect. Okay? Good luck to you. Congratulations, Mom. Do say hi. Oh, of course. Yes. How nice to see you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Parenting, that's what it's all about. Thank you. I think we are now going to return and do the work of the city. Thank you all. We're back. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, please, and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Thank you. We'll move on to item 11. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of June 15th, 2011, is there a motion to approve the minutes? So moved. That was a bit out of order. My apologies. So moved. May I have a vote on the motion, please? I'm on 12 because I got out of order, and I'm sorry. Okay. Vote on the motion, please. Post. Motion carries. Now we will go backwards to item 11, please. For possible action, any items from the morning session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 14, the memorandum of understanding between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County for funding to support the Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Assistance Burn Justice Grant local solicitation. That's been asked to be held in abeyance till August 3rd by staff. Item number 17, an encroachment request from EVAPS LLC, owner 400 South 4th Street. That is being, the request there is to strike by staff. Item number 32, special event alcoholic beverage license, Peruvian Association of Las Vegas, location Italian American Social Club of Southern Nevada, 233 East Sahara Avenue. Staff is asking that to strike that item, and that is my motion.
Vote on the motion, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Yes. Not among those.
57 was not? All right.
I think that will come later.
I thought it was morning agenda.
Yes.
So.
We will do number 57 later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Items 13 through 48, with the exception of those just cited, 14, 17, and 32, on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward additionally at this time? On item 18 involves approval of an encroachment agreement for an existing patio and landscaping for commercial property located at 321 South Casino Boulevard. My son Ross Goodman is co-owner of a piece of property located approximately 3 blocks away at Clark and Las Vegas Boulevard. Approval of this item should have no effect on the value of my son's property any more than on any other property in the downtown area. Therefore, I do not feel that I need to abstain from this item, and I wish this disclosure to be included as part of the record, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry. Was 28 pulled from the consent agenda?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
So we would, at this point, vote on these. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus those items 14, 17, 32?
Motion to approve the consent agenda items 13 through 48, except those items listed.
Vote, please. Post, please. Item carries. Thank you very much. In the administrative area, report and update regarding the status of negotiations and concessions between the City of Las Vegas and the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF Local 1285, and all current labor organizations, all wards. Mr. Tarwater.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Dan Tarwater, Human Resources Director. I have a brief status update today for the city and fire negotiations process, and then also have a brief summary of the other bargaining units that we have met with and had concessions over the last few months. The first slide I have is we're going to talk about the fire negotiations, where we've been this last year, give you an update. On number 2, we'll show you where we're at today. We'll profile on number 3 the Las Vegas PPA memorandum of understanding that was agreed upon in May of 2011, and on 4 the Las Vegas POA MOU November of 2010, and then the LVCA MOU that was approved in October of 2010, and then we'll briefly go through what our process is for the IFF and city negotiations for the fact-finding and arbitration. And then lastly, I have a brief comparison of the IFF items compared to Metro's largest unit, their PPA group. So with that, where we've been with our fire union in 2010, as you can see, we reached an agreement where they gave up a cost of living increase, which we credited during the budget process, which was about a $2 million give. That item remained open this year for reopener. The steps were cut from 50%, reduced from their current steps, which saved the city about $450,000 for last year and would carry over for this year as well. We also reduced the hiring step by 5% for new employees, which would also have a future savings. And then we also agreed on the PERS split, anything over 37.5% going forward. When the PERS contributions were increased, we would split those 50-50, city paying half and the employees paying the other half. To continue on, we also received a $900,000 give over the uniform allowance. That was down to zero. They waived those payments. That also is a reopener for this year for negotiations. And then on the medical benefit, we reduced their payment from $450 per pay period to $360 per pay period per person, and also to give back 2 payments back to the city, which equaled about a $1.8 million give to the city. That also was the third reopener that we're negotiating for this year. We also had other items, the EMS compensation, which was really called documentation pay. Last year we reduced it by 50%, and then this year it runs out and it will be totally eliminated. So for over a 2-year period, it was about a $900,000 give back to the city. And our contract was for 2 years with those 3 reopeners that I described. The next slide were administrative items, talking about some items for staffing. We also discussed the EMS study with the fire group, and then administratively we also were able to restore some of the positions to the fire budget, so we would have concessions on the overtime at that point in time. So those 3 items were all administrative in nature. So that's what we did June 29th in 2010. This next slide just gives you a brief summary of all of our units at that point in time, June of 2010. That first column, fiscal year goals for all 4 of our unions, as you can see, totaled close to $30 million. The offers that we were able to receive during that time period came out to be about $19.3 million, and the difference about $10 million in two. This does not represent some new employee benefit items that would have had future savings. So that's where we were at. Here's where we have ended up today. So for May of 2011, with our IFF city labor negotiations, the city has asked for these considerations. We've asked for a zero COLA. We've asked for a 3% rollback in wages, which would include the PERS benefit. And the next item, if we were not able to do the 3% rollback, the city had also asked the fire union for some considerations through administration on some of our operating procedures that would add to staffing, cut expenses, and be able to hopefully make up the same similar savings that you see here for the $2.1 million. So either one of those would have been acceptable to the city. We also asked for the same uniform allowance from last year, that it remained flat, about a $900,000 give. We also asked for the medical insurance to stay reduced to from $450 to $360 per pay period per person, which is about a $1.4 million give. Continue the step reductions and the documentation pay, which is a continuation from last year to this year, about $900,000, and then a one-year contract. The PERS split, anything over 37% would be split in half, and this year we did receive from PERS a contribution increase of 2.75%, which would be split equally between the city and the fire union. So we have a total value here of about a $5.3 million offer to the fire union, and with a goal of about $6 million. And down below, we simply profile what the PERS split would mean. City paying 1.375%, and the fire union employees paying the other half. We also highlighted that we had an educational incentive program that sunsetted, and that will save the city $200,000 moving forward. And then we also have talked about a lateral academy this year to put in place so we could save in future overtime. That was the city's considerations. Here are the fire considerations. The same COLA, which would be zero impact. Medical would be equal to what the city has offered, the $360 per pay versus the $450,000 per pay. And then the step reduction remains from last year to this year, and documentation pay would end this year, which is about a $900,000 give, those two total. So that value is about a $2.3 million value, still with a reduction goal of $6 million. So we're a little far apart there. Still a one-year agreement. And then, as I noted in red here, the medical benefit, since that was on the table as a reset, meaning in July, since it would reset back, we're actually paying that, it would come off of this and make this total probably around $900,000. So we're pretty far apart on our negotiations.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, if you may, would you please just go back one slide, unless you can place these two slides side by side as a comparison?
I can't.
Okay, then
That's
go back.
the previous slide.
If the back room can go back to the overhead. Okay, I got it. Okay, this was the. Let me see, where am I today? This was the previous slide.
Here's the previous slide.
Yes,
the city's considerations.
Okay, so for the city's consideration. Okay. Now move to the next slide for me. Okay.
What you see is the rollback missing and our uniform allowance missing. And if we reset the medical, that would actually be missing also.
Okay, so the uniform is what's missing from...
And the rollback.
And the rollback.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what I was trying to look at both slides.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
May I, Mayor Goodman, please?
Yes, please, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, Dan, I don't want to interrupt you too much because you probably want to go through things, but were you getting ready to go to the next bargaining unit, or were you still having more information on the IAFF?
I was going to the other 3 bargaining units, and then I was going to finish with where we're at in our mediation, fact-finding, and arbitration process.
Before you go to the other units, with your permission, Mayor, can you tell me on the last slide where we were in 2010, how many of the things there relate to the new employee? How many, I don't want to call them concessions, I don't know what to call them, things that we negotiated and came to that relate to the new employee? Because this council has been so vocal in our direction that we need to make changes not only for the current budget crisis, but for the future as well. So can you just highlight what relates to the new employee?
Yes. One of the first slides that we profiled here was on the steps. For last year, we reduced the wage step by 5% for new employees. That would save the city that amount of money, and that would put the new employee into our step process behind by 5% all along until they caught up to the very end. So it has a progressive savings to it.
Is the wage steps the same thing as the hiring steps?
Yes.
Okay. Because you said hiring the first time around.
Sorry, the wage scales from, let's say, step 1 through 9, what we did is took the hiring step 1, and reduced it by 5%, which would have been an ultimate savings. And we call that a new employee benefit.
If Mayor, through you, just for clarification, so in essence, if I'm hearing what Councilman Wilson is asking, and what you just stated as far as the first step in that new hire is a 5% reduction, which basically slows down the progression over the course of the life of the position.
Yes. If we were to hire a lateral or an academy today and hire in 15 new firefighters under the old system, they would have been getting 5% more and then progressing through at that level. In our current new employee item, they would be slowed down by that 5%, be a reduction, and it would take them that long to catch it up. So it would be a definite reduction, and we've been calling that a new employee benefit with each one of our bargaining units.
Okay. Thank you.
What is the timeline on the negotiations? Is there any? From your perspective?
Right now, we are trying to schedule fact-finding and arbitration, which can take 2 parallel paths. We have an arbitrator who has been named, who is a person who we've worked, both the union and the city has worked with before, and Norman Brand, and we're now trying to get those schedules set. So we're hopeful that it will be this year and conclude this year, but we'll know more once we have the schedules.
Thank you.
We believe the fact-finding would be a 3-day process, and we're not sure what an arbitration, how many days that would be set aside.
Are there any other questions from? Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dan, the slides don't carry, I think, an item, at least the ones we've seen, an item on roughly the total size of the firefighting budget. Is it in there somewhere?
It is not.
Okay. I just wanted to get a picture then in my mind of the situation in terms of proportionality. That we're, what, 5 or 6 million apart? at
Yes,
times?
yes, sir.
What is the total budget for the firefighting?
Candy? $105 million.
$105 million. So we're about 5%, 5.5% apart. Okay, because
Yes,
I don't think that's a great deal, and I'm trying to think here in proportion terms.
Yes, sir.
That maybe we're not too far apart, and that there's been a lot of give on both sides. So I think you're doing a good job. But the other thing I wanted to ask about is we received a letter from one of our constituents, Mr. Fletcher from the local 1285, and he pointed out, in his opinion, when he saw the slides that were sent to him that you're preparing for us, he thought there were some errors. Have you reconciled whether or not there were any errors?
I've reconciled what he pointed out in one of the slides that's coming up. Yes, sir.
Particularly the one on no COLAs for the last 3 years?
Yes, sir.
We agree on that?
I have the last slide will profile where his concern has been.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr.
Councilman Ross, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reserve my comments, Dan. When you're going to talk about the other collective bargaining units and then wrap up as to what the status is of the IAFF at the end, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll reserve my comments till then, Mayor.
With that, I would just go to quickly the May Memorandum of Understanding with our PPA group, our marshals. The concession summary here just shows you that under the cost of living increase, which used to be around 3.75% historically, it was waived to zero. The merit program was waived completely. There are no merits for that group, about a $72,000 give. Longevity stayed flat. They freezed it in place, $27,000. And then last year they took a 4% rollback in their wage, including PERS, and the continuation of that shows you what that value would be for this year. And then for the PERS split, since there is an increase in that contribution to 2.75%, employee pays half and the city pays half. Duration of this contract is for 2 years. If I had over to the right at fiscal year 13, it would show similar numbers. About a $500,000 in savings to the city. And it may not sound like a lot, but that unit's only about 70 people, so it is a lot. The one new employee item, which is impressive, is that for new employees, their current salary schedules were reduced by 18%. So all new employees coming in under the Marshall program will have that savings right out of the chute, if you will. That's significant.
Mayor Goodman, one might ask if this employee group was willing to bargain and accept that kind of reduction as a new employee of 18%, why wouldn't others consider similar types of concessions?
We have others that have. There's one in particular that's more dramatic than this one.
Okay.
So we've seen, I believe, 3 of our bargaining units have come to the table and made significant changes in that particular area, which I will profile too.
Thank you.
The POA down at the Detention Enforcement Center concession summary here, the reduction goal was $3.1 million. And if you look at FY12 column, we remain flat, which means no cost of living, no freeze longevity, and no step increases, about $1.1 million. Reduce the uniforms to zero, $335,000. And then a 1.5% wage rollback, about a $350,000 give. So that is about a $1.9 million savings to the city for those 2 years, fiscal year 12 and 13. And we highlighted the new employee considerations here. And I would just have you look at number 4 and number 7 because they actually are combined. We originally negotiated a reduction in their new employee pay schedule by 10%, and then we also, as we began looking at the PERS issue that we negotiated, we also had an additional reduction of 18%. So their new employees that begin work for the corrections group is a 28% savings in hiring. That's significant. And we believe that theory behind this PERS issue in the split has a lot of merit, and that's what we would like to use going forward in our modeling. They also have other new employee future savings too, reducing the wage scale to 7 steps versus what they had today, reducing the step increases in between instead of 5%, 3.5%. Eliminate longevity for new hires completely. Sick leave payout at 25% for new hires versus what they currently have. And then sergeant steps reduced by 4%. And then the items that are down below were items we talked about for revenue potential and cost reductions in addition to what we have on our Memorandum of Understanding. And the warrant program is one that you had a briefing on through Chief Coyne, and substantial savings and I think a very successful program. Then finally, the last unit here, which is the CEA, May concessions. As you can see, for the fiscal year 12, the cost of living give was about a $3 million give. Longevity, $166,000. Step increases were waived, that value, and then the PERS on all of those three items was valued at that about $5 million for that piece of the concession. Down below, we consider most of those new employee and certainly new benefits. We had a one-time week closure in concessions during Christmas last year, and that was a $2 million savings. We, as you know, went to the 4-day work week. That resulted in a decrease in the salaries for all the CEA members that equated about a $5.3 million savings. Eliminate sick leave bonus, which is $150,000, and eliminate longevity for new employees. And then the one in red, which was probably the one we spent the most time on, was our classification and compensation study, the Siegel study that has been performed here at the city over the last several years, had a dramatic impact on our CEA group. It affected about 200 classifications, and it affected 600 employees, meaning that we took those 200 classifications and their families and we reduced them by 5 grades, which equaled about a 12.5% increase, or excuse me, decrease. So all of those grades that had that reduction, any new employees that would be hired would be at that lower level. So you can see now the 3 unions that we have dealt with over the last few months or several months have all had some similar impacts in new employee on reducing the new employee rate.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry. I think we have a typo on 7 and 8, Dan. Eliminate?
No, we eliminated the sick bonus program, which was a program if you weren't sick for a couple of days. I get it.
Okay. Not a big deal.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to say was that by these employees agreeing to these concessions, we saved hundreds of jobs. Isn't that right, Dan?
Absolutely.
I mean, we had our turn, and we had to regretfully lay off some people. But by these groups making these concessions, we haven't laid people off for a while, and we don't foresee laying people off because of the concessions and the teamwork by our employees. Would that be a fair characterization?
That would be my personal opinion. I think it's been very successful.
Mayor Goodman?
Please.
Dan, going back to 8 and 9 on this slide here, there's no dollar cost savings attached. Why is those 2 areas blank? Do we not have a comparison as far as what we've paid out in the past and how that would be a savings going into the future? How would you explain that?
We probably have costs that we would report in fiscal year 13. There would be cost savings, and we could do that. It wouldn't be this year. On number 9, or excuse me, eliminating longevity for new employee, it would be a future savings based on past history. It would be a projection, but it's definitely a savings.
And what would you guesstimate that savings would be compared to what we do know as far as what we've paid out in longevity versus the new employee not receiving that?
Well, over the lifetime of that longevity program, takes about, 7 to 10 years to get the full 10%. You're looking at 10% increase in your base salary on your wage forever. And so that's what that projection would be. We could try to come up with a model for you and give you an idea of for the next 2 or 3 years what we think that projected savings would be.
I think that would be fair to do, because eliminating the longevity is a cost savings. Moving into the future, going back to what Councilman Wolfson stated as far as the new employee and how, in fact, we're basically finding every avenue we can in order to reduce the impact of our employee, whom a number of them unfortunately had to be laid off, but also preserving those that we currently have today within our system and moving forward to make sure that we're in a better, we have a better footing, if you will, moving forward to make sure that we still preserve those employees going into the future. So I believe that there's a cost savings there, and I believe that
There's
model should be
definitely
in place.
I think helps on my way here.
Councilman, the difficulty with projecting what eliminating the cost savings by eliminating longevity on new employees is there are a lot of assumptions that have to be made. How many new employees would you be hiring? What pay grades would they be in? You make a lot of assumptions. What would be better is to provide you with what the savings have been to date. We eliminated longevity on all executives and appointed positions in 2001. So give you the savings from 2002 forward on that group, what we saved, would give you a gauge on what the impact or how much this is costing the city, or in this fact, how much
And
it's
that's
saving
exactly
the city.
what I'm asking. That's exactly what I'm asking, so that we can at least, continue to remain transparent in regards to what this mayor and council are trying to do.
Yes,
And
that will
that's-
be a much more accurate picture, and we
Correct.
would be able to provide you with that this week.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Other questions from the council?
No. I'm almost done, though. This slide is similar to the one from last year. It just updates what we believe our savings was from the annual goals for each one of the 4 unions through fiscal year 12, the middle column, and then what the difference was. And again, we didn't identify some of the new employee future costs because we don't have those. So it's really more than what you see here in that middle column. So moving forward, this is simply the information that Morgan Davis, our legal counsel, supplied me, which is the legal definitions of how we move through fact-finding in the arbitration process. The city met with the firefighters for 6 sessions, which is required under the new law, and at that time was declared an impasse. At that impasse, we agreed to go to mediation. It was voluntary. And we had a 2-day mediation here with the local federal mediation group here in town with Yvonne Ritter, who is the commissioner. And we still were far apart during that process. We also agreed at the same time, so we weren't delaying this process, was to also file for fact-finding and arbitration, which we did. That's why we now have Mr. Brand as our arbitrator and getting dates for the fact-finding and for arbitration at the same time. So we're in that process at this time. Mark Ricciardi is our outside legal counsel who also participated in mediation and will be helping us with our process too. But this is the legal definition of how we move through this process. And then finally, there were questions about how we or the fire department compares sometimes to the Metropolitan Police Department group. There are 3 actual contracts with Metro. We have their PPA, which is their uniformed officers, which is their largest group. Today they are at declared impasse, going to mediation and arbitration. Haven't picked dates for those yet. The PPACE group, which is their civilian group, they have a tentative agreement that has been accepted. And then for PMSA, which is the supervisory group, they're still working through their negotiations. They're not finished. So this slide simply shows you the difference on their largest group on the left-hand side, Metro's PPA group, 2010, a 0 COLA compared to the right, which is our fire at the same time period, which was a 0 COLA. But I've also, this is where Dean Fletcher thought there was a mistake made. When we put the 1.75% PERS under COLA, the reason we did that is we're required to do it. If the city assumes the cost, the split cost of the increase in PERS for the employee, it has to come in the form of a cost of living increase for that to be certified. So while they weren't getting a normal cost of living increase, they received a 1.75% payment from the city to PERS that's characterized as a COLA. That's where his issue came in at, and we corrected that. Also, on the Metro contract for this last year, they had a 4% step increase. We had a 5.7% average step increase for the fire department, same time. Under the longevity program, the Metro program is more lucrative. It's a 15% once they max out over the qualifying period at 30 years of service, the YOS. And for our fire department, it's actually split in two higher dates control where our program goes, but it doesn't exceed 10%. So you can see the difference in those two programs. The annual uniform allowance for Metro on the right, $1,675 contribution, and on the right side for the fires, $1,500 annual uniform allowance contribution. And then the last one, which is the annual insurance employer contribution for Metro, a little over $9,000, and then for the fire departments, a little over $11,000, close to $12,000 actually. And then you can walk or move down to the next bottom cells and see the same kind of comparison for fiscal year 2011. So it just gives you an idea of how those compare, because we do compete with the other groups in town, and we talk about them, and we use them sometimes for comparison purposes. That ends my brief update for the current fire negotiations, and then a walk back to look at what we've done with our other concessions with the other labor agreements.
Mayor, this is Betsy. Just real quickly, there are a couple of things I wanted to point out that I think might have been on the wrong slide related to the PPA agreement. If you flip to that slide, the May 11 PPA agreement one, if you look forward at POA, we had a comment there about the warrant program. The warrant program really was not run out of the corrections unit. It was run out of the Uniform Policing Unit, PPA. So the presentation that Chief Coyne gave you was regarding the PPA and their successful effort at warrant service. And the issue on POA was the fact that it had jail-related impacts. If there were going to be more arrests and those kinds of things. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record, Dan.
Okay.
The other thing that I think it's important to point out is that also on the PPA page, there was a reinstatement of their uniform payment. In the earlier concessions, they waived their payment. In this agreement and over the next 2 years, they will receive their uniform payment. That's what that number 8 says at the bottom of that slide. I just wanted to make sure it was clear to everyone that that's what those things meant.
Thank you. Any comments? Council questions?
I have a question and a couple of comments, Mayor, if I may. Dan, refresh, tell us again where we're at with IAFF, if you would please, just a refresher.
Okay.
I mean today, not what we've done, and you showed a piece of paper up there per statute that Morgan gave you. I think that's going to be confusing to the residents of the city if they look at this on the screen. So would you break that down and give a description of where we're at in regards to the IAFF and what Morgan's telling you?
The city has, when we declared impasse, we had an offering, considerations. We had articles on the table, and the slide that you see right now is exactly what those articles said. Here's what the city is requesting for consideration for negotiations. The next slide showed what the union was requesting, and since we couldn't move past that, we declared an impasse, went to mediation, and we took these elements to mediation with us and had a third party, Yvonne Ritter, discuss with us why we were making those offers. And there were a lot of discussion about the city's ability to pay, how we compare with the other unions here in the valley, how we compare with the other unions here at our city. So all of those things were kind of brought out so it could stimulate discussion. And then at the end of it was a 2 full-day mediation session, and at the end we just didn't feel like we were any closer together. And so with that, the next procedural process is to go to fact-finding, which you can waive, and go to binding arbitration, or you can do both, fact-finding and arbitration, which is what we're going to be doing.
I think, Mayor, if I may continue with your permission, I think, and Councilman Coffin brought this up, we're really not that far apart. I mean, dollar-wise, it looks huge on a piece of paper. We're not that far apart. And I have to say this to every city employee. Thank you. Thank you for stepping up and recognizing that you're part of the solution. All of the collective bargaining unit members, all of the executive and appointed staff members, we're all a part of this. these are still difficult times we're going through. The agreement's for 12 months, 1 year, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a reason for that. Economy may change. Consolidated revenue tax may increase. We don't know that. It could decrease as well. So we have to be prepared for that. We are, as a city of Las Vegas, we have positioned ourselves pretty good because in light of the financial crisis the entire world's been in. We've done a pretty good job, and we haven't done it alone. Betsy, your senior team, your staff's done a phenomenal job. But a majority of this has been on the backs of our employees. And I certainly recognize that, as I think the rest of the council does as well. And they are part of the solution. I say that because I would love to see IAFF sit down again with our staff and get this worked out for the benefit of the people of the city, not only for them, but for the benefit of the men and women who work for our fire and rescue, so they have some sort of stability going on for the next 12 months. They know where they sit. We need them, certainly in the city of Las Vegas. Our priority as a city council has always been public safety, number one. That will never change. That is our role in government. And we spend a lot of money on it. We spend a lot of focus on that. And it's just great to see so many team members, because we're all a team in the city of Las Vegas, paying attention to what's going on. So I would call upon them to do so. And I wish Captain Fletcher were here so I could tell him that, but I'm sure he's going to see this. I'd like to see the IAFF, Betsy, sit back down with your team and get this worked out so we can start focusing on other things. Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to add to that the concessions that were made last year, which were quite large and made it possible for everybody else in the city to feel that they have joined the table. My hope is, with the economy not having changed much this year, and certainly we're all in this continuing crisis and economic challenge together, I would certainly advocate, as Councilman Ross has, and my hope would be that they would return to what we were able to achieve a year ago. And I agree. I think the city employees have been remarkable in standing with the council and with the leadership to help us get through this time frame. It is not going to go on. The city is very healthy. The city has a wonderful team of employees and administrators, and we are going to see a change going forward, but we need another year. So I thank you, Dan. It's been a very informative report, and I just ask, please, from the IAFF to give us one more year at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes,
I
please.
just want to ask, have we been given this in printed form?
It's attached to this presentation,
Okay.
and we can send it to you. Make sure you
Okay.
have it.
Thank you very much. I like
ma'am.
that.
Yes.
Just one other question, Dan. Can you talk about the sense of what happened during the mediation process and what the mediator was looking at when he was looking at both the offers?
I didn't participate. I was away during that process. Candy was a part of that process.
Good morning, Candace Falder, Director of Finance. We had a 2-day session with Levon Ritter. It was off-site. It's a little bit different the way they present it. It is not face-to-face discussion with the union members. We are in separate rooms. We work through the mediator, in this case, Ms. Ritter. We would give her what we had on the table, and we would discuss each item in length, where we had been, why are we putting that on the table. She would then go meet with the IAFF group, talk over with them, go through everything, make any counters that they had, and then she would bring them back to us. And this went on for 2 full days. And I really did feel at times that we were making progress as we went along, but then the last hour of the second day, it just ceased to be any movement at all.
Thanks, Candy. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the council, please? Being none, thank you very much. I know there's no motion at this time. Thank you very much. Now we're on to report for possible action concerning the 2011 76th session of the Nevada Legislature, all wards. Ms. Fretwell or Mr. Olivas? Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Administrative Services. I'm joined today by Bob Ostrowski, who is our contract lobbyist with Ostrowski and Associates. First of all, you should have in your packet this PowerPoint presentation. Looks like this. Hopefully it's there. We are here to provide you a brief overview of the 2011 legislative session that ended last month. To give you a brief history, prior to this session, the City Council provided us some pretty clear direction going into the session. We talked about topics such as streamlining our operations by consolidation, by reorganization, process improvement, and those kind of things, the importance of education and partnering with the school district, job creation, public safety, texting while driving, using cell phones while driving, protecting our revenues, redevelopment and economic development, transparent and open government, and the new employee model that you talked about earlier. So we had a pretty clear vision of what you expected us from this session. We tried to take a proactive approach knowing that and try to deal with these bills from a how can we make this work versus why we can't, okay, which is fundamentally different. So some of this might be redundant to some of the members because we provided weekly briefings throughout the session. But first off, I'd like to thank the City Council, the City Manager's Office, the Directors, Department Liaisons, and our legislative team for their support and sacrifice during the legislative session. If there is anything that defines the process that you go through in a team effort to make something work, it is what we call the legislative process, and all of these people worked very well to help us in that regard. Very quickly, the members of your team in Carson, including myself, included Leanne Lee and David Bowers. Leanne, David, if you could stand up, please. Those were the other city employees that accompanied me in Carson City. I'd like to thank Jorge Cervantes for allowing us to use David Bowers. He is a public works employee and had to spend 4 full months away from his office, so we're thankful for that.
Thank you both, and thank you for the commitment and time.
We also have our contract lobbyists, including Bob. We have Misty Grimmer and Mike Sullivan. I think Mike is here. So we have a team of people up there that are dedicated to our mission and our vision. The mayor and council, of course, you'd always take my calls. If I asked you to come up to Carson City, you'd be on the next plane. That is very helpful. The willingness to be engaged in this process is helpful. The legislators like to see you. Our core team included, of course, Betsy, Tom Perigo, Val Steed, Susan Hout, and Teresa Morell. Most of these team members devoted a significant portion of their time each day providing us continuous updates. I know that Tom provided weekly updates in briefings. We received from Tom and Val emails at all hours of the day, essentially 24/7. These people worked very hard to get us information. Our directors and legislative liaisons are people throughout this organization who are the subject experts that provide information to us, and it's our core team that gets that information. We are jacks of all trade, masters of none. So we need their help and their expertise for us to represent the city of Las Vegas appropriately. Our legislative team wanted to express our appreciation to Vicki Robinson in HR, Scott Adams and Bill Arndt and the redevelopment team, Mark Vincent and Kathy Rainey, who were involved in very important legislation this session, and their efforts are to be commended. We really relied on them for a lot this session. Some quick stats. You know the session lasted 120 days. There were no special sessions. We're thankful for that. There was about 1,300 bill draft requests. Of those requests, there ended up being close to 1,200 bills. We tracked almost 400 bills. The governor signed 531. He vetoed 36. Of those 36, there are a number, which is the number below that, 18, that are going to go back before the 2013 session. Sometimes when a bill is vetoed, there's time to get it back to the legislature to take action on it. Sometimes there's not. In this case, there's 18 that are left over that the legislature will have to look at. One of those of note is Senate Bill 360, which related to our redevelopment agency and the extension thereof. So that's one that we'll be watching closely. There's lots of lobbyists up in Carson City. This 881 does not mean that you have 881 people running through the legislature at any given moment. It could be a person who comes up there for one day and testifies on a specific bill. But there's, do the math, like 14 lobbyists per legislator. So there were also 21 legislative committees, and there were 23 freshman legislators. Real quickly, we're going to turn it over to Bob to talk a little bit about the players this session. Bob?
Mayor, council members, Bob Ostrowski for the record. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to bring you up to date. I think everyone knows who these leaders are, but I think I'll just review them for you and for the public that may be listening. The Senate Majority Leader is, of course, Senator Stephen Horsford, who was worked with us considerably on a number of issues, and we appreciate his support that he gave to the city and to local government issues in general, as did Senator Mike McGinnis, who leads the minority party in the Senate, and is a minority leader who represents, obviously comes from a rural area, but has always taken the time to listen to urban issues that affect the local governments, and we appreciate his support. The state Senate in total has 21 members, and your list in front of you indicates those that represent Clark County and those outside of Clark County. Those relationships are going to change just a little due to redistricting. You know, we do not know, of course, what the final result of that will be, but the likelihood of that will be that one Senate position, which currently exists in northern Nevada, will probably be moved to the south because of the population. We don't know what district that is, but we believe it is the former Senator Raggio's district, now Greg Brower's district, which will probably be combined with Sheila Leslie's district, and we will create a new Senate district in southern Nevada. How all those lines work out are yet to be determined. The other interesting fact is that there were five freshman members in the Senate and 4 members who then moved up from the Assembly. There's been big change due to term limits, which makes our job a little more difficult in the sense that we have to educate people a little more. They may not be familiar with the issues from prior sessions, and you have to bring them up to date. Long-serving senators, both good and bad. One, they know a lot about your issue, but they also may have preconceived notions about it that take a lot of correcting too, because things change at the local level, which they might not immediately recognize. If we look at the Assembly, a similarly situated situation, John Osengara acted as the Speaker. As we know, Assemblyman Osengara is term limited and will not be the Speaker next session. He was also very helpful, listened to us and local issues, and certainly knows local issues as a member of local government employee from North Las Vegas. Pete Gocochea, again, a minority leader in the other house, is from rural Nevada, but has a good sense for the needs of the state overall, and I think was one of the driving forces in trying to reach some final agreement to close out the legislative session. There are 42 members in the Assembly, 29 of them from Clark County, and again, we do not know what the total count will be coming around in the next legislative session due to redistricting, but the chances are that will grow in southern Nevada as opposed to the number in northern Nevada. I don't expect anyone to add to the legislature, so we'll take the current number of seats and redivvy them up in the process. And at least we forget, we had 19 freshmen in the Assembly out of 42 members. That's a lot of new people. One of them includes one of our own employees, Stephen Brooks, who served from Assembly District 19 in that group of freshmen. And there are, as similarly situated from the Senate, it took us a considerable amount of, I think, effort, extra time, which is we're happy to do, but to bring 19 new people up to speed in what is the process, just the process of the legislature, which is we can be helpful with, but understanding our issues. So that's the makeup of the two houses. What's important then is going forward, of course, is the term limited situation. You can see that term limits have a smaller impact this session than the last session, but we're still going to lose Senator McGinnis, Senator Rhodes, Senator Schneider, and Senator Wiener, who did represent city districts. Both Senator Schneider and Senator Wiener's districts are mostly in the city of Las Vegas. We'll be having two new senators in those or similar districts. And, of course, we're losing our speaker, Austin Guerra, will no longer be there. I don't know who the new speaker will be. That will be determined by leadership of the House that prevails in the election to select their own leader. We in the political world have a lot of talk about who that might be, but it's a pure speculation at this point. And we would certainly like to thank these folks, particularly Senator Schneider and Senator Wiener, for their efforts on behalf of the city that their constituents live in and that this council represents. They've been very helpful to us over the years. In terms of topics, can we go there, Ted?
Yeah, in terms of the topics, which is the next slide, if you'll notice, many of these topics are things that we've talked about in the past, that we talked about before the session. So what happened was essentially what we had envisioned. We knew that these ended up being the topics of interest, certainly for the city of Las Vegas, and we'll go through quickly a few of those. The arena and stadiums was a big issue. There was a bill, Senate Bill 501, that was heard late in the session. It included 3 proposals: the downtown site, the UNLV site, and the site across from Mandalay Bay. It proposed to have the Clark County Commission select from one of those 3. It appeared to be too much of a lift in such a short amount of time because it was so late in the session, so this bill did not make it. We've always had discussions about bidder's preference and the purchasing process for public works. Assembly Bill 144 was known as the Jobs Bill, and we were actively involved in that. It creates new eligibility and reporting requirements for bidder's preference. The effective date, the legislature felt that we needed to implement this bill quickly. So the effective date was upon passage and approval, which could be today or tomorrow or the next day. But in anticipation of that, we had our own Kathy Rainey do some effort to put together the forms that were going to be necessary to make this happen, so that statewide, when a contractor submitted a bid for the city of Las Vegas, they might be using similar forms as the city of Elko or Reno. So we worked to try to standardize it so we could implement this bill immediately. Building wraps. There was a lot of discussion at the same time. Assembly Bill 53 on the same subject was going through. There was discussion here in the city of Las Vegas. There was an amendment that would have allowed us to do some building wraps along US 95 here. That amendment did not pass. Apparently there was some federal restrictions that did not allow us to do that, but we were engaged in that as well. Business licensing. You've heard a lot about business licensing and the streamlining thereof. This council had a bill, we had a bill, Senate Bill 69, to streamline that process. As that bill was being prepared to be presented, Senate Bill 110 was a similar bill that essentially said we're going to just wipe out the entire process, start anew, and we're just going to have one process valley-wide. And we said, we can't make that happen. We can't make that happen. So one of our own, Mark Vincent, was very instrumental in coordinating those business licensed professionals from down south, because this is just a Clark County bill. This just relates to the Clark County, to get them to agree to what we could do, what can we do. And we came up with a scheme to allow us to streamline the process for contractors who have one location within the valley but do work throughout the valley. So they would go to the jurisdiction of origin. If I'm in the city of Las Vegas, I go to the city of Las Vegas, and then I say I would like to be licensed for Henderson, Clark County, and North Las Vegas as well. One-stop shopping. You've heard from Karen Duddleston and staff about the progress of that, so we're making some headway there. Senate Bill 69, which was our improvements, were also included in that bill, so we're happy about that. Economic development and redevelopment. There were a lot of bills related to this. We provided a lot of input to the legislature and a lot of information in that regard. I'll just go over a few. Assembly Bill 449, which is a bill that creates an advisory council on economic development. It also creates a board of economic development, and this is at the state level. It also creates the Office of Economic Development within the governor's office. Bill Arndt and his staff have been monitoring this very closely, so we're going to be working with them as that whole process evolves. You've probably been reading about that as well. They do not usurp our authority in any way, okay, but this will help us perhaps have a more unified statewide process. Senate Bill 92 was a bill that allows us to use redevelopment funds for education. Yes, Councilman.
Park you for a minute. Let's go back to economic development, redevelopment, what the state's done. I think it's significant to note that since they've created this, what are we calling it, a committee or group of people to look at the state's economic development and redevelopment processes, that the City of Las Vegas play an inherent role in that process because of the success of our economic development and redevelopment. I've had that conversation with Mr. Arndt already. And I think that's clear that we continue to do what we can for the state in regards to that. Let us be the model for them. And let's capitalize on them, too. I mean, we may, Mayor and council members, be able to use them to our advantage for things we certainly can see here in Las Vegas and in Southern Nevada.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman. Senate Bill 92 was a bill that allows us to use redevelopment funds for education. As you know, we have a unique requirement in the city of Las Vegas with our redevelopment funds. 18% of that now goes to certain affordable housing projects. We amended this bill to allow us to use half of that, so half of the 18%, for education. So now we have a source of funding that we can use for educational opportunities within the redevelopment area. So we thought that was positive.
Is that restricted only to capital improvements, or is that also to programming? I know we do SafeKey. Is there a restriction on that?
I believe the wording says it's educational facilities, but I'll need to take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
And then we talked about Senate Bill 360, which was vetoed by the governor, but it enhanced the employment plans. It allowed us to extend our redevelopment agency, and it authorized us to loan money, among other things. It had a lot of stuff in the bill. It was passed late in the session. The governor did veto it, but it's still on the table for when we go back. Okay, this is one that missed the timing for it to go back to the legislature, so we'll be having some discussions in the interim on that.
And are you going to pull out those particular items so that they stand alone, or are you going to leave them incorporated into the whole?
We have to use the bill as it stands, so we'll be having the discussions in its current form. That's our only opportunity.
Thank you.
Enterprise funds, Assembly Bill 471 just clarifies how you can use money from enterprise funds. Again, Mark was very involved in that as well. Municipal elections, you've heard a lot over many sessions about trying to get them all on even number years. Assembly Bill 132 is enabling legislation that allows for municipal elections to be on even numbered years. It does not force us to do anything. It is enabling. Okay? So we now have that opportunity. And finally...
Question here or comment, please.
Ted, I know that one of the driving forces behind this legislation was the idea that it saves money. And I've asked Beverly, our city clerk, and she's graciously agreed to compile some information, I think from the County Register of Voters, as to whether or not, if we choose to move it to the even-numbered years to coincide with the general elections, whether it will be a savings or will not be a savings. That's only one of the issues, but I think it's one of the driving issues.
Thank you, Councilman. Absolutely. I don't think that we can just make a decision on a topic like that without the appropriate analysis. The other side says, you know, maybe it saves some money, but do we get buried in this yellow book type ballot? Are the voters going to read all of that ballot? So there's some pros and cons, and it's our plan to provide the appropriate pros and cons before making any decision. And finally, on that side, we talked about texting and cell use while driving. We talked about that from a public safety perspective. So a bill was passed, Senate Bill 140, which prohibits the use of your cell phone while you're driving or texting while you're driving. I've been guilty of that, but this does not go into full effect until January 1st of 2012. So we have a little bit of time to wean ourselves off of that.
He's got an
Sorry,
exemption.
sir. And then I'll turn it over to Bob for a few of the other items.
Thank you, Ted. Public safety has an exemption from the rules in that bill, so they can still do a lot of things that the general public can't do. Yes, that is correct.
Also included, Mayor, also included in that, to my understanding, are truck drivers, 18-wheelers, and their CBs were exempt from that as well.
That's correct. They have specific exemptions, and I'm not sure for certain kinds of devices which are built into the trucks. Certain utilities have exemptions on emergency calls only. So the legislature tried to recognize there are issues which are needed a closer look than just a broad prohibition that would affect everyone. So
was that passed or not
yes,
passed?
that is passed.
With the exceptions.
With the exceptions. And will be effective for enforcement purposes, I think October 1st as a warning, I think. And then on January 1st, if you're ticketed for that violation, there'll be a fine.
Is Mr. Olivas part of that exemption?
You know, I need to read the bill real close. He might have got his name in there somewhere. I'll take you through a couple of other things here really quickly. We've all heard a lot about collective bargaining. Just so you know, the City of Las Vegas was at every meeting and negotiations regarding the collective bargaining issues. I was there. We spent endless hours and days discussing these matters, and in the final outcome, a couple of changes were made which impact the city. One is we've broadened the definition of a confidential employee. The current statute said that confidential employees could not be members of collective bargaining units. Now that a broader definition, which includes supervisors in general, broadly, but more specifically, the door is kind of open as to what the definition of a supervisor is, unfortunately. We didn't get a clear definition in the law that was finally passed. So I think there will be some litigation over what supervisors are clearly have an inability to organize, and what the impact is on existing bargaining units that would be considered supervisory under the law, and whether those units would no longer exist. I think we've got a lot of litigation about that, and I think it was not the intent of the negotiators to eliminate existing collective bargaining units. It was, however, the purpose was to expand out the rights of the managerial staff or the confidential staff to have supervisors under them which were not represented by collective bargaining. The second piece that went into that law was a new trigger language. It says that if you have a collective bargaining agreement that exceeds 1 year, the parties are obligated to negotiate a trigger, something that would trigger a reopening of the contract under severe economic downturns. The parties would have to determine amongst themselves what the trigger would be. Is it a reduction in property tax? Is it a reduction in sales tax? Is it a reduction in the general overall funding of the local government? But those contracts, which we considered long-term, anything more than 12 months, will now have to have a trigger. We tried to define what a trigger would be. We could never reach agreement on that. but we could reach agreement that we thought the parties at the bargaining table could amongst themselves do that, which would encourage more long-term contracts. So instead of having 12-month contracts, which really mean you're in negotiations almost on a continuous basis, it would encourage local governments to have longer-term agreements with the clear understanding there was a mechanism to reopen that contract if necessary for economic reasons only. So that'll be an opportunity that your Human Resource Department will have in the future when you get around again to long-term contracts, which I think used to be more frequent some years ago, become less and less frequent as the economy became more and more or less predictable. So that trigger language was put in there. Some other changes that were made don't directly affect you. That is the inability of physicians to organize. This was specifically for University Medical Center. There's a provision in there that civil attorneys cannot form a collective bargaining agreement. Criminal attorneys can. And this was an issue again, I think, at Clark County, not at the City of Las Vegas level. And there were some things that got left on the table that we'll have to go back and talk about in the future. As you might imagine, it was a sort of a fair compromise amongst the parties to try to move the ball forward, to give local governments a little more flexibility, while at the same time protecting the rights of employees to collectively bargain and to be able to do it in a way that generates fair agreements for both sides. And so this was compromise reached. The unions were at that table, and I think all of us were a little disappointed, and all of us were a little happy. So, you know, the best bargain is where nobody feels like they're a winner. We all felt like we gave something. We had a lot of issues about insurance, many of which were going to cost the city enormous sums of money, and my definition of enormous is anything over $1 million hit is enormous. We were able to, in a couple of particular bills, remove local governments specifically from the impact of that bill, Senate Bill 278 in particular, and Assembly Bill 309. 278 eventually became law, doesn't affect us. 309 did pass the legislature, but was vetoed by the governor. It is not one of the 18 bills which will be reconsidered by the legislature. It was returned to the legislature in a timely fashion. The legislature did not act on it, so it died at sine die on the last day of the session. There were a number of OSHA bills regarding occupational safety and health that passed the legislature. We worked on considerably and got input from your folks. Both of those bills, AB 253 and AB 254, were vetoed by the governor. They will come back to be looked at. I doubt they'll get moved on, but they would have increased the fines that we would have been subject to. I mentioned redistricting a little earlier. We all know, I think, that that's going to be decided somewhere in Carson City in a judge's office, we believe, short of the governor calling the legislature back into session and asking them to resolve it on their own. The one thing you should know, it doesn't impact redistricting at the city level. You still use the same procedure that you have in place now, whatever that process has been in prior years when you have to look at your council awards. There was no change in the law relative to that.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes, please.
Speaking of that, Betsy, do we have any plans or any time frame? Because I think by law we're required to start looking at that, are we not?
Pardon me, at your redistricting. You have to do it, and Brad, I hope, is in the back and will step out. It's my understanding that under the current state law, there's some language that says you can't do it within an election year, and I think it's really how that's interpreted, whether or not that's something you could start right away, or something that would need to wait until January, and that's really Brad's call.
Mm-hmm. The Las Vegas City Charter says that you must redistrict after a census in which the wards are more than 5% apart in population. That's a mandatory redistricting. In between, there are permissive redistrictings that you can do anytime, with the exception of this charter provision that says you can't do it in an election year. The way we've always interpreted that is that you can't do it before the election in an election year, because nothing's going to change after an election where somebody is sworn in as you were mayor in July, and July of next year. So we have gone forward in the past with mandatory redistrictings and even permissive redistrictings after the election is decided and done with.
Are we not in the mandatory redistricting place because of the, I think Councilman Ross's ward is out of bounds.
That's
Or
correct.
in balance, whichever way you want to look at it.
It's my understanding, based on the last census, that we are off by more than 5% between at least one or two wards, and as a result, we have to mandatorily redistrict.
What's our time frame?
Right now, to be perfectly honest with you, we are holding off because, as you know, there's a potential recall election that may be heard in the next month or two. If it weren't for that, we would be beginning the process right now. That'd be our recommendation.
All right. Moving on very quickly, we'll talk some more about this a little bit, but funding government was obviously a big issue. There were all kinds of tax proposals. In the end, of course, the Supreme Court's decision regarding the Clean Water Coalition funding was finally the decision that really motivated the legislature to and the governor's office, all parties, to have to reach some compromise agreement to move forward. I know there'll be issues. There are issues already at the county and in Washoe County and in the city of Reno about whether or not some of the funds which they were upstream to the state in prior years should be requested back. That's obviously a policy decision that this council will have to make, depending on whether you think you send a significant amount of money up to the state or not, and the legal interpretation of whether or not that decision actually impacted those dollars. Those things I can't answer for you. I can tell you, though, that as a result of this, what happens in 2013 is going to be a lot different than what happened in 2011. The state is going to have to take a hard look at its revenue sources. And I think in that process, they're going to have to take a hard look at property tax, sales tax, gaming taxes. All of the taxes are going to have to be reviewed. And I think if I had to make a prediction about what the biggest issue is going to be in 2013, those issues are going to revolve around taxation. You know, we've looked at property tax, for example, which goes down fast but up slow. You know, is it time for us to revisit that? And I think those are the kinds of issues that'll come there. I think, you know, it goes without saying that the newest member of your council, Councilman Coffin, knows as much about taxes as anyone who ever served in Carson City can tell you. Those are difficult issues. But I think the hand has been dealt now that will force them for the first time to have to go back and say, are what we're doing, is the process correct? And we need to be part of that discussion going forward.
Mayor.
Because we are part of that revenue stream.
If I may.
Please.
Bob, is there any discussion going on now with lawmakers in regards to just what you talked about? Is there anything before the 2013 session that they're going to do to address that issue dead on? Because I think if they wait till 2013, we're in the same position we were in this last legislative session. They need to be doing that today, so it's talked about and acted upon in 2013, so that the state's not looking at this again in 2015.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It makes absolute sense. I don't have an answer for you yet. I can tell you this. The Legislative Commission, which is the sort of little operating arm of the legislature, has its first meeting August 24th, and they will be setting at that meeting part of their agenda for what the interim is going to look like. I'm hopeful that leadership will take that opportunity to do that. We had a tax study in the last interim, hardly got mentioned in the discussions in Carson City. They spent a lot of money doing it. I would hope that they would put a subcommittee together to look at these issues and get, you know, the state's budget office involved and get all of the players involved. But I don't know. I haven't talked to leadership. I don't know.
Again,
but it
Mayor,
only makes sense.
If I may, Mayor.
Please.
Bob, it's got to happen. I mean, we at our level, at the city level, we can continue to work our tails off to diversify the economy. But until the legislature, the Legislative Council Bureau, the machine that continues to operate, really sits down and evaluates where the state's been, where we are today, and where we're going tomorrow, we're going to be in the same position again. We're not thinking that way as a city of Las Vegas. We're thinking forward. We are preparing for the worst. We're preparing for the best. We are trying to do everything we can to continue to provide the level of service to the constituents in the city of Las Vegas. We've done a great job doing it. Now, I guess I want to ask you the question. Do we need to help them? Do we, as the city of Las Vegas, need to kind of think about this ourselves and hand them some suggestions? I mean, I don't know. I'm throwing that out there. But I think tomorrow's too late. Yesterday's when they should have started working on it. Tomorrow's too late because we're not solving any problems. We're putting a Band-Aid on the finances of the state again to try to eke through the legislative session. And I don't think we can afford that. I don't think for the residents of the city or the residents of the state of Nevada, anybody can afford to do that again. So I look for your counsel.
Well, I think we need to make sure we have a seat at the table. I don't know that it might not be, they would consider it presumptuous of us to tell them how to do their business. We certainly should tell them that we want to be part of that process. We don't want to have you tell us what it is. We want to be part of that thinking and look at all of the state's revenues, local government, whether it be a city or a county or the state. And I guess it just falls upon Ted and myself, other members of the team, to talk to legislative leadership and make sure that they understand.
Mayor, I think that's significant to note. And that's not what I'm saying. I don't want the city of Las Vegas telling Carson City what to do. That's not the idea. But we're on the ground here.
Yeah.
We are dealing with our constituents every single day and the problems that they are challenged with. Not to say that our lawmakers are not, because I know a lot of them, their heart's in the right place, they're doing the right thing, they think they're making good decisions, and many of them are. They're doing what they think is right. But I think collectively, as the largest city in this state, we need to have that seat at the table. We need to have two seats at the table, because I'm suggesting we help them. Certainly not tell those lawmakers what to do, but certainly play a part in helping them rethink the way the state continues to generate revenue. That's my thought.
Thank you, and I think in deference to everything you've said, living among the people and knowing you can't get blood from a stone when you're looking for these extra tax dollars that we need to operate government throughout the state, that's going to be very important, that there is a voice here and that they don't steal from our coffers, because this city is on the verge of really moving forward, and I see good health here. But I would really worry about our citizens and their ability to pick up more taxes anywhere.
Well, we'll be sure to let leadership know. You should let your friends in the legislature know that we're willing to do that. It's very easy when you get to Carson City to get focused on their problems, which are funding prisons and funding Medicaid. And those are huge issues, and they're important to those folks. But it's easy in the end to forget about, when it starts snowing up there, you forget about what happened at home. And it's really, I don't want to blame them. It's just that they have so many big issues they have to look at. But I think the councilman is right. We need to be there now and part of it, not coming in later saying, oh, don't forget about us. You need to be part of the process. Just moving. So for time purposes, just the last item I had here was workers' compensation. We have very limited changes in workers' compensation this year. We had some huge proposals, all of which were taken off of the table through discussions of myself and other folks with labor and with the trial lawyers. I think there was a general feeling amongst a lot of folks this was not the session to go out and expand benefits. We have a well-run program now in the state. We did fix up some minor problems on administration and third-party administrators and some things, but no big issues. But I personally want to give a shout out to Vicki Robinson, who is in your risk manager. There's nobody better on these issues. I know someday she wants to retire, but tell her no. Ted, go ahead.
Okay. During the interim, as you know, there are a number of legislative-related committees, and they meet. We're engaged in that. They're talking about issues that perhaps didn't get resolved during the current legislative session, so they're looking towards 13 as well. We monitor those very closely. Here's just a few of the new interim studies that they're going to be looking at. They're going to be looking at C-Tax. You've had that discussion before, which is AB 71, AB 228, which is looking at how to standardize our public works contracts. Is there a way to do that statewide? AB 405, PERS. And the final two is funding of the public schools. So to partially address the question that you had in the direction that you provided, Councilman Ross, there is going to be some activity related to taxation. I think you're saying we need to take a holistic view of how that should all play out prior to the session, but there are components of that, components that affect.
Hello? Hello.
There you are.
We've covered most of the potential items that we see in 2013. We talked about the big issues for them. When I said prisons and Medicaid, the other piece is education funding, always a huge issue up there. Consolidation is something we always continue to work on. There's a lot of interest on the part of the legislature and a lot of interest on our part as to how do we deliver the best service for the least cost to our constituents. And I suspect we'll have more of that discussion up there, particularly, I don't want to go too far afield here, but particularly because if you look around the state, there are a number of entities which are not as financially sound as the city of Las Vegas. And I'm not just talking about one entity here in Clark County. You go to the north, you find this all over the state. This is not something that's beholden to one particular local government entity. And those issues will come. We're going to revisit economic development, obviously. Home rule. I wish I could give you a rosy picture of home rule. There's a lot of talk about home rule, and a lot of people who will say, yeah, we ought to give a little more home rule. When it comes down to getting a vote for home rule, we don't fare very well. We haven't over all the years I've been in the legislature. We will continue to work on it, and maybe we'll wear them down finally in Carson City with it. They'll give us some more home rule because I think it's very important. Service diversions are a problem more for the county than the city, but we're potential that the more things that the state says, well, we'll let local governments handle as a way of reducing their obligations financially, and particularly is something we have to keep an eye on. We talked about tax distribution and a continued struggle with collective bargaining, and it's not our struggle, by the way. We made no proposals on collective bargaining. Other entities in the community did. Because they impacted us, we participated, and were invited to participate, but we didn't make those proposals. We told the legislature that, as earlier was said here, we thought we have a very good relationship with our employee groups. Doesn't make negotiations easy, but we've all operated in good faith, and we've been able to make some substantial improvements in that relationship, and the council feels comfortable that it had the ability and the authority and the cooperation of its employees to move forward. So what we got in changes are not things we asked for. There's things that other people asked for that impacted us, and we'll continue to look at that unless directed otherwise. Ted?
So where do we go from here? We owe you a detailed final session report. That document is being finalized as we speak. It includes a lot of information that we've covered and a lot more detail. We're going to have it on our intranet and our internet for the folks that would like to take a look at the report and see the details of what we provided. And we'll be providing briefings on this for each of you. And finally, it was a tough session. There were a lot of bills that we had to be engaged in, but I think the team worked very well collectively. We have a lot of work to do before next session. The membership of the legislature is going to change. Term limits, the upcoming election, legislative leadership. There's a lot of things that are happening. So we're preparing for that. We're committed to working with our friends in the legislature and the governor's office to make sure that we're appropriately advocating for the city of Las Vegas and preparing ourselves for the next session. There's a few photos on the screen that you'll see here. This depicts life in Carson City. If you notice, we had to shovel out the city vehicle there in the middle top slide. Labor on the right was up there for more jobs, education funding. Those were some students from UNLV that camped out. On the top left, on the lower left is the waning moments of the legislature where there's a flurry of activity. The same thing with the middle lower. And on the bottom right, that was a snowstorm in late May. And if you'll notice, we have to walk uphill to work both ways, your legislative team. So that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Very, very informative, comprehensive. Do we need to have a motion on that since it was a presentation?
Yes, to accept the report.
Okay. May I entertain a motion to accept the report?
Motion to accept the report.
I want to say something on this.
Sorry?
Don't
Question?
Need the podium yet.
Or a statement, please.
Please let them stay up here for a minute. Your Honor, this will be brief. Well, you made reference to the fact that I've been in Carson City, so I'm exposed. Now, I think that, first of all, we have a great lobbying team. And I have been on the other side of the table, the other side of the desk, listening to their appeals over the years, representing the city of Las Vegas in the legislature in 14 sessions and probably 25 special sessions. Councilman Ross is on target with his thoughts about starting yesterday for the next legislative session. I really believe that the main fault of all organizations, private and public, were that they didn't have them, weren't geared up to start the lobbying effort early enough. And for some reason, there's some sort of a pejorative term about having public government, well, government having contract lobbyists, and also sending their own employees to Carson City. And we absolutely have to ignore that sort of criticism because it's usually made by uninformed people. We are having to look out for the interests of our constituents, and we have to be actively engaged, but not just for the 4 months of a legislative session. It has to start now. And I do not know if our contracts include that kind of service, but I can tell you from personal experience that let me borrow from Winston Churchill the old saying he said back in the old days when he said that battles are won on the playing fields of Eton. You practice and you prepare and you strategize and you exercise and you get it done before the fight starts. And it starts 20 months before a session starts. And it must start now because legislators get very busy in the election year. Now's the time you capitalize on it all. And many, many times I would just get so frustrated when I would wait and fall, sometimes after the election. Then people would start to talk to me about the coming legislative session. But my time became limited as we approached that, yet everybody started to want to see me. Now's the time, and particularly with legislators. Look, they only pay legislators for 60 days out of 730 days in that cycle. So I know the general public thinks legislators are in Carson City all the time. A lot of people do. They think they're paid employees. They have it all wrong. So they have their lives they get back to, and you have to bother them. You have to get into their faces all these other 20 months out of the 24. So I hope, Your Honor, that we can engage legislators who have same interests we do because they're thought to be in office. People think that they can fix roads. They think that they can help on zoning problems. They think all these things, and they have absolutely no power to do that. We do. We can work together. We can help them with their problems. They can help us with ours. And I'm not talking about the petty ones, the serious ones. So I really think we have common cause with our legislators. I see nothing wrong with approaching legislators and starting to lobby for the city of Las Vegas outside of the League of Cities agenda, outside of the other local government's agendas, not in conflict with them if you can avoid it. But we have an interest here that we've got to protect, and we've got to be aggressive. I really do. And I speak from experience. You know that. I think of the 881 lobbyists listed this session, there might have been 300 who are so-called commercial or really heavily involved lobbyists. But there's only 6 to 8 or maybe 9, maybe 10 lobbyists on the level of Bob Ostrowski. They are the people who have the real reputations to get things done. And we all know that it's not the back room, it's the fact-based lobbying. They never lie, at least the core that I'm talking about. And they have a reputation to protect.
He's going to want more
Thank
money.
you. I think the points are well taken, and perhaps looking at a short-term plan, especially the pieces of the bills that failed, that we really would like to see revisited and succeed in, also to participate in anything to do with taxes for our citizenry, and maybe a plan that you would give input to get us started with helping with that process. And, we certainly care about the whole state of Nevada, but we live down here, and I think those are good suggestions.
Sooner rather than later, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you both. There's a motion on the table. May I have a vote to accept the presentation, please? I've lost my mouse. Whoops. Vote, please. Post. It is accepted. Thank you very much. I've had a request from Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony on item number 53 to move it forward, since several of the people that are here with us today are obviously would like to get home or go about business. And so with the permission of the council, let's take item number 53 up front. Discussion for possible action regarding the Neighborhood Partners Fund. NPF Board recommends to allocate $55,000 general fund to 20 neighborhood projects, all wards.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is Steve Harson, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. The Neighborhood Partners Fund program was created to empower neighborhood residents and their associations to find their own solutions to neighborhood issues by matching city funds with their volunteer labor, cash donations, and in-kind services. This matching grant program allows neighborhoods from all wards to apply for up to $5,000 each year. This being the 14th year of the NPF program, the NPF Board is recommending 20 neighborhood projects to be funded for a total of $55,000 with a matching pledge of $190,402 in volunteer labor, cash, and professional services. This match being pledged is more than 3 times the amount that we're actually giving out. With me today is I have the chair of the NPF Board, Mike Brown Sestero, and I'm going to let him give the recommendations and overview of all the projects.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Brown Sestero. I live at 1411 South 9th Street. I'm the chair of the NPF Board this year. And it's, as always, been a pleasure and a little bit of an adventure to serve on the NPF Board and learn about some of the projects that are going on in all the different wards, different neighborhoods that applied this year. The NPF Board this year was comprised of 6 city staff members and 7 neighborhood volunteers from each of the council offices. And, of course, without them, the work wouldn't be possible. So we thank them for their hard work in reviewing and evaluating the projects and proposing the final funding recommendation that we'll present to you today. Board members are the mayor's staff designee, who's Greg Toussaint, I believe is right behind me. From Ward 1, we had Kimberly Reed on behalf of staff, and Renee Rampton was a neighborhood representative. From Ward 2, Crystal Klingler, and Charlie Desiderio. Charlie is not here today, and some of you may know Charlie, may have met him over the years. 11 years he's been on the NPF Board. He had some health concerns this year and still managed to make every meeting, if not in its entirety, at least portions of it, and made sure his voice was heard. And he's to be commended, I think, for his effort. From Ward 3, Susie Martinez was a staff designee, and myself representing the neighborhood. From current Mayor Pro Tem Anthony's Ward 4, Anthony Ruggiero and Tony Guerrero. I believe they're both here. Mayor Pro Tem, how do you keep Anthony from side-talking during meetings? How do you do that?
I don't.
You don't? You just let it just
doesn't happen.
let it. Okay, good.
Does this thing.
Just thought I'd see if you had any input, because nothing I tried really worked either. From Ward 5, Ido, I saw Ido Turalde running around here somewhere, and A.J. Powell, who was also vice chair. And from Mr. Ross's ward, Michelle Thaxton and Jerry Green. Jerry also, I think, on his 6th or 7th year on the NPF. Our board members would also like to thank Maria Castillo-Couch for her support in coordinating our meetings and all the presentations. And actually, Yes, we'd like to give her a big round of applause. We got a little bit of a scare when we heard that this was going to be here last year with the program that was going to be given to someone else, and then I guess we got a one-year reprieve, which is good because, quite frankly, the real work starts tomorrow. Once you approve this, now the work of actually getting the funding out, making sure the neighborhoods live up to what they said they were going to do, all that's when it really starts. And frankly, I think Maria's got it down to a science. So we're glad that at least for another year she'll still be in charge. For fiscal year 2012, the MPF board is recommending 5 beautification and physical enhancement projects, 7 safety improvement projects, 2 senior engagement projects, 3 cultural events, and 2 youth mentoring projects, as well as 1 back-to-school fair. Some of the neighborhood leaders are here. I'm going to, as I read off the projects from each ward, I'm going to ask them to stand behind me. We won't be stopping for them, but in the sake of time, we'll just keep moving along here. Ms. Tarkanian, from your ward, there were 3 projects. The Artesian Heights Neighborhood Association, the James Down Towers Resident Council, and Quail Estates West. Mr. Wolfson, the Lakes Association for the 2011 Lakes Festival of Lights. In Ward 3, Mr. Coffin, the Gateway District Association, Able Neighborhood Association, the South Ridge Neighborhood Association, and the Stupak Neighborhood Success Team, which does the back-to-school fair every year. In Ward 4, we had the Buena Vista HOA. In Ward 5, which I think, yes, had the most applicants this year, the Archie Grant Resident Council, the Cultural Corridor Coalition, Rancho Manor Neighborhood Association, Robert Gordon Plaza Resident Council, Sherman Gardens Resident Council, and Westchester Manor HOA. In Mr. Ross's ward, Ward 6, the Ashley Ridge HOA, Cascade HOA, Four Winds, Hillstone Estates 2 HOA, and Willowdale Estates HOA. All applied for funding under the MPF for various neighborhood projects. I do want to also point out that the $55,000 that we're asking you to grant today is being matched for every city dollar that we're asking for today. We have received commitments of $3.46 from the neighborhoods. So it's a pretty good return, 3.46 to 1. So one of the reasons I love this project is because it's really just seed money. It gets the neighborhood going, kind of doing their own thing. They really carry the lion's share of the time and the effort. Local businesses often give discounts or in some cases free services to help promote the project. So it's great seed money, I think.
Are there timelines, progress timelines over the year as these monies are used?
Yes. The money has to be spent as requested, and it has to be spent within the year before the next cycle begins.
By July 1st.
And so there is a report back so you can visually see what's happened, what the improvements are, and when do those come in?
We typically will update the council offices respectively. A lot of times with these events, they may have groundbreakings or events that a lot of times we will include the mayor and council offices.
Very
so
exciting.
we will keep
Very
you informed
exciting.
of all that.
Additionally, and this is my 5th year on the board, after last year's term, we undertook revising the scoring sheet a little bit because we felt there was a little too much weight placed on some categories versus others. And one of the things that we're very concerned about now, and this is board-wide, is whether or not these are just one-term projects, just one quick little shot to just kind of try and do something fun, or is it more of a plan to develop something to have an ongoing project? It could still be a fun thing, like Festival of Lights, great event, but it's an ongoing event. It brings the neighborhood together every year. It's not just a one-time shot. And then some of the beautification projects, too. These neighborhoods are undertaking huge projects. I think we had one this year where they had a 16,000-foot wall that needed attention surrounding their neighborhood. And they're doing it in sections. So every year they'll come back and they'll do another section. And so we really value that there's ongoing work and that it's something that's going to last and keep giving to the city, not just a one-time deal, one weekend, and then it's all kind of over. So
what I'd like to suggest also that there is marketing, publicity attached to each of these projects, because that will bring more interest and more future support, that it's properly marketed, if they so choose, in these different neighborhoods of what they're doing, so others can join in and help support. You may have money out there you don't know that's available.
Absolutely. So therefore, the board members and I recommend these projects for council approval.
Mayor, can I make a comment, please? First, let me say thank you. Thank you for all of the people involved with this. And Mayor, just to comment about advertising, we keep it no secret, certainly in Ward 6, in regards to this program and how effective it is. And you're absolutely right about the long-term projects. But what this program does more significantly, yeah, it makes your neighborhoods look great, but for me and for you, it brings neighbors together to work together, to plan together. It gives a certain level of pride in each of your neighborhoods. So all of you that are participating in this throughout the City of Las Vegas, Director, your team, and all the volunteers that put this together, thank you. It makes for a much better city we live in. It's a great program.
And I would like to add, as I add thanks to that, it was Councilman Ross who wanted to save you all so you could go home or go back to work. I made a mistake. So extra kudos to Councilman Ross and his gratitude. Thank you.
Well, we do appreciate that, because everyone who serves on the board, and obviously all the neighborhood volunteers, are volunteers. And the longer we're sitting here, the less is getting done out there. So there you go. There you go.
But I do love the fact this is our city. We pay the tax dollars, every one of us, and it's up to each one of us if we want to do something in our neighborhoods or overall to roll up our sleeves and get with it. So thank you. I think it's absolutely sensational.
Mayor Pro Tem is going to let me make the motion, Mayor.
How nice.
With that, I would move to approve this report and follow the recommendations of staff to award this money.
Well done. Please vote. Post. Unanimously carried. Have a lovely lunch, and thank you for being so patient. So now we will go back to, let's see, 51. Report for possible action regarding progress made in the 6 council priority areas, all wards. Ms. Fretwell? Oh, there you are.
Thank you, Mayor. I know all these people are really upset that they're going to miss our corporate report card report after all those presentations this morning.
We invite you to stay. You don't have to run out so fast.
I'm sure they'll put it on TiVo as soon as they get home. Anyway, actually, I say that kind of in jest, but I am really proud of the presentation that we're about to give you. One of the things that the mayor and council have stressed to us on your executive team and employees and employee teams, that accountability and transparency are very important to you. And about a year and a half ago, you all took, I think it was an entire day, to sit down and come up with a series of priorities that were identified to guide our progress and areas of focus over the coming years. Oftentimes, councils sit down and do that maybe every 3 to 5 years. And certainly after there's changes in leadership in the council and changes in the composition of the council, you want to make sure you reevaluate those and make sure we're still on the right track. After that direction in January 2010, we began focusing our efforts on showing you and the public how we might be judged guilty of accomplishing your priorities and how we might report that out to the public and to you. And so this is a first time for this kind of report. And I'm sure it's not perfect, but we're doing our very best to get some information together for you. The information in this report is supported by our management performance system we call Performance Plus. You're all familiar with that data. Each department has key measures, program measures, and a variety of outcome measures that they're supposed to achieve in a given year and keep track of in a given year. They report that out regularly. And this is a much higher level rollout of some of that data. So this is our first time out of the chute, so bear with us. And if you have any questions, please let me know. But I hope you'll find that this report is informative, and we'll put it in perspective with where we need to go towards the end. So by way of introduction, obviously we want to create a vibrant community with plenty of opportunity, a place where people feel connected. You guys created a vision statement that outlines what you expect of us, and your priorities support that. And I'm going to go through each of those priorities in just a couple of moments in the subsequent slides. You created that vision and 6 priorities to achieve that vision. And we've been working to try and implement things that make major progress in those priority areas. I will tell you that you're not going to make equal progress because not all priorities are equal. And even as we heard this morning, this city places a high priority on public safety. You will see that our performance in that area surpasses performance in other areas. And there's a reason for that. Even though you all didn't sit down and say, this is number 1, this is number 2, this is number 3, 4, 5, and 6, by implementation, they were prioritized. And you will begin to see that in the kinds of things that I report out that we've accomplished, and some of the key measures that we've been able to make progress in, and other areas where, quite frankly, we haven't made as much progress as we would have liked. But we wanted to make sure that in this process that we could tell the whole story, and unblemished, with transparency. So you're not about to see a report card here that shows all A's, but it will show you where we have made, we think, major progress, areas where maybe our progress was somewhat stunted, and hopefully we'll be able to explain whether or not we can continue to expect that kind of trend, or if we think things are turning around in those areas and why. So just to remind you of the city priorities and to give you an overview of how we graded ourselves. We came up with a little star grading system because we figured, everybody can kind of reflect back. Mark Vincent was telling me the other day, this is eerily reminiscent of the stars on my papers when I was in grade school. And I agree, but it is fairly simple and easy to follow, and we think this is a pretty good representation. Here are the 6 priorities. You can see that there's a focus on neighborhoods, the downtown area, creating a vitalized, revitalized core, having a fiscally sound government. We spend a lot of time on that. That we encourage a pro-business environment, that we have a safe city, and that our citizens are engaged. Those are the 6 adopted priorities by this council in January of 2010. And you can see here that in a couple of these areas, we've made pretty good progress by our own estimation based on the measures you selected that we rate ourselves on. So pretty good on sustainable, livable neighborhoods, 4 stars there. On vibrant urban fabric, not as much as we like. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we drill down. Fiscally sound government, we've made major progress. Many of you referenced it as a result of some of the earlier presentations today. We can talk further about that as we move into the presentation. Pro-business environment, kind of middle of the road there, 2.5 stars. Safe city, sufficient performance to creating a fiscally sound government. And then finally, making progress in that citizen engagement focus area. That was something I know that Councilwoman Tarkanian advocated for in that planning session. It was sort of on the bubble and the discussions at the time, and the council chose to keep it in, and we are making pretty significant progress in that area. So what I'd like to do is kind of give you a quick overview of what we mean when we say sustainable, livable neighborhoods. One, people want to live in solid neighborhoods where it's a good place to raise their family, where they have good housing choices, where they feel safe and they have amenities available to them. No different than any one of us expect in our housing arrangement, our living arrangement. The way we have been judging that over the last couple of years is, one, by looking at how much value has improved in the building permit issuance in the neighborhood revitalization area. Just to refresh your memory, the neighborhood revitalization area is primarily the core of downtown. It's a little bit bigger than the redevelopment area, but it really captures the core, primarily impacting downtown wards 1, 3, and 5. And over the last year or two, our building permits, which shouldn't come as any shock because building is way down, have dropped off in this area. That's where we got the red score, which means we went down in that area. We did not go up in our trend. If you see a green dot, the green dot means we're making progress towards that goal. We have made an improvement. We didn't go down. And if you see a yellow dot, it's stable. We didn't really make much progress, but it wasn't negative either. You can see, and Councilman Coffin talked with me about this in our briefing, we've been really tracking how stable are our neighborhoods. We have a series of measures that we use right now to evaluate what's stable and what's not. This is somewhat related to the neighborhood revitalization area to a degree, because many of our less stable or targeted neighborhoods have been more towards the center of the city versus out in the suburbs. Now that can change, and we do measure this on an eighth of a mile radius, so we can actually see little pockets that might be popping up in Ward 4 or Ward 2 that we need to focus in on. So we want to make sure we're not looking too macro at the city. This allows us to look at that. And we've had several areas of the city turn green, if you will. Speaking of turning green, we've got the greenhouse gas emissions. We have a very impressive sustainability program in the city. You've received updates over the last couple of years, and we have been able to, as a community, reduce our greenhouse emissions over the last several years by about 5%. And we also had a change in our philosophy on how we assess our recreation programs, trying to make sure that we are focusing in on programs that benefit the community as well as the individual, and we've made major progress in that area as well, so you see the green dot. In the area of vibrant urban fabric, we have been really trying to create a strong core where people want to live downtown, they want to work, and they want to play here. So that means you have to be able to provide all those things: housing, employment, and recreation. We want to make sure that people want to spend their time here as well. If they don't live here, we still want them to be downtown and enjoy the core of the city. Now, this is one of those areas where the economy has really hammered us. When you look at the measures that the council adopted a couple of years ago, we may have kind of been setting ourselves up for red dots, but it's real. The private investment in the redevelopment area, after fantastic growth over 2 years, I mean, massive growth, 75% and 15% growth levels, we dropped off by 50% in the last year alone. So we got a red dot there. The population in the area is stable, so it's not like there's a mass out-migration, which is probably good in light of the earlier measure. And the last measure, which is employment in our downtown core, has been dropping. Not as much as it could have, by the way, as evidenced by our ability to create a substantial amount of jobs through our capital improvement program that the council's been advocating for the last several years. But for that number may have been way worse. May have been way worse. Fiscally sound government, to kind of get maybe back to something that looks a little more positive. We were hit pretty hard, and you all know very well that we've made major reductions in our budget. But there are some signs of recovery, and that's a good thing. I think the mayor referenced, we need to at least get through this next year, see if we can stabilize things a little bit further. I believe that's true. We've been trying to retain jobs and services, not just our jobs, community jobs. So what have we been doing to do that? One, we've been better able to cost recover on some of our services, whether it's our recreational programs, some of our services in the development arena. We've been able to improve our cost recovery there. Simultaneously, we've been able to reduce our cost of delivering those services on a unit basis. What that means is that since we are a service industry, that means reducing some of our costs of personnel. and we were able to achieve that to a pretty great degree, in my opinion. We were able to sustain our bond rating. We did have a downtick, but we didn't go down a level, as you've seen from other cities in this state that have had major downgrades. We did not have that happen, but we're stable, and we'd like to see that go green. That's going to take some effort, but that's our goal. A lot of that is the economy dependent. One thing that's happened is our liabilities. We've talked quite a bit about our post-employment benefits obligations. There are several obligations outlined for the city under state law. Presumptive benefits for certain kinds of cancers, heart and lung ailments, for our public safety employees, as well as workers' compensation. And there's state laws that dictate that, and that number has actually increased as a percentage of our ending fund balance. So you've got two things going on. You've got the cost of those liabilities going up, and our ending fund balance dropping down. So that drops us into the red here. When you look at a pro-business environment, we've heard very loud and clear from the council, create jobs, create jobs, create jobs, create an environment in which businesses can grow and prosper, where businesses want to do business in the city of Las Vegas. And we've done a variety of unique things. We've done incentives. We've been working to streamline our development process, including our business licensing process, eliminating fees in some places, waiving them in others, where it seemed appropriate and the right incentive to get businesses off the ground. So we're kind of middle of the road here. Obviously, with an unemployment rate in this community of nearly 13% unemployment, our city still had a negative trend there. So that's something that's an element of the macroeconomy. However, employment diversification improved. So this means non-hospitality, non-construction jobs. We actually saw a shift in the balance there, where I think it was almost a 5% swing to employment in those other categories outside of those two categories. Wage levels, the average median income in the town went down over the last year. Our vacant land that's zoned for commercial use went up slightly, but not enough really to put us into the green category. We stayed around that 12% level. That's something we keep an eye on because those are business opportunities and should be in balance with our housing stock and residential opportunities. And I know that I've mentioned this even in my own performance evaluation before the council a month or so ago. The timelines in our development review process, we are still collecting data on. But I will tell you this, we are getting much closer to having a good set of numbers, and we are benchmarking ourselves against what I would describe as our competitors. Not only the other local governments in the valley, but other cities that are attracting the kinds of businesses that we want here, so that we can figure out where do we need to continue to tweak these processes, to streamline them, to make them more consistent, reliable, and affordable for businesses to locate here. On the Safe City front, really good scores here as well. We know that safety is a critical piece of the puzzle in attracting and keeping people, making people feel safe in their neighborhoods. So this has an impact on many of the other measures, by the way, as most of them are intertwined, as you can tell. But the safety goes beyond your traditional law enforcement or emergency response. Traffic safety is really important. The criminal justice system, as it integrates with traffic safety, is really important. So you can see that we've actually done really well here. Violent crimes and domestic violence are down. We had a slight drop in confining our fires that do happen in the city to the room of origin, which is really important for making sure that property loss and life loss are mitigated and or prevented. We have been able to keep up with improving our trend here with getting to the 5-minute, 12-second response for emergency units on emergency calls. We creeped up from 77 to 80% there. We'd like to get to 90. We'll have to continue to work on that. You've heard a presentation through the course of the year on our new cardiac arrest treatment. That's real, just knocked this one out of the block from about a 5% performance rate to around 32%. pretty substantial if you're one of those 1,000 people or so that are in that condition, to know that you're walking out of the hospital neurologically intact because of something new our fire department's doing. It's just fantastic. And as I mentioned, we've made huge improvements in our traffic safety. So as we're working on the most dangerous intersections and making traffic enhancements and improvements there, it is making a difference in morbidity and mortality in our traffic intersection vehicle accidents and pedestrian vehicle accidents.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
May I please? I'm not sure how to describe my thought on this other than to just say it the way it is, and that is that in the last few months especially, we've had a lot of violent crime on the Strip. We've had a number of murders, and those cases, those headlines go out nationwide, if not internationally. And when people think of Las Vegas, they don't look at the boundaries between the city and the county. Most people that don't live in Las Vegas, and probably half the people that do live here, don't realize that the Strip is not within the city limits. So I'm sure, Betsy, your analysis and your scorecard, et cetera, is just within our city jurisdiction. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But when somebody calls to get an opinion, they call the mayor. They don't call the county commissioner or the chairman of the county commission. So I'm wondering if there is anything that we could or should be doing, in the sense that although we are the city of Las Vegas, people look at the city as the valley, and whether we should get a little bit more proactive as a city when we talk about a safe city and some of the things that are happening outside our limits. Even though what's happening on the Strip is not our jurisdiction, it is representative of the valley. So I kind of raise that because we all talk about city and county limits and, oh, the Strip isn't in the city, but it's part of the valley. And Mayor Goodman, when you're called for an opinion on something, they don't say, oh, well, it's not in the city, so we don't want your opinion. If it's in southern Nevada, they want your opinion. So I just kind of raise that and see what your thoughts are, perhaps, Betsy.
Well, obviously, as we develop these kinds of plans, we work with the sheriff. And ultimately, this whole issue of community safety, to a significant degree from a law enforcement standpoint, comes down to the jurisdiction of the sheriff. And obviously, there's bleed over impacts. I mentioned them as we were talking about the economic slide and our fiscally sound government. As other local governments struggle, as our local economy struggles, the bond raters don't necessarily just look at us. They look at how our entire community is faring and how we're adapting. There's no difference between that kind of review and kind of we're all in one valley together viewpoint with public safety. I know that the sheriff takes all of that very seriously, and we do talk with him as things creep up. A couple of years ago, we had some issues with crime around schools, and that was a big issue because some of those schools were in the city, but some of them were on the border. Nonetheless, school safety is really important. We're not in charge of schools, nor are we in charge of Metro. So those are the kinds of things that we use our influence, if you will, our concern, your concern as community leaders, to create a discussion. For instance, Councilman, you're on the local law enforcement advisory committee. This would be a great topic to bring up with them. Because really, if we're all pulling together and we all have the same kind of goal for this level of safe community versus safe city, which is what we have responsibility for, then it may be more helpful for the sheriff to marshal his forces in the areas of highest importance to all of the cities, and to know that North Las Vegas and Henderson and Boulder City and Mesquite are all pulling towards that same goal. That's a place to do it. The other way we can convene that conversation is through the Regional Planning Coalition. It is their charge to lay out regional attainment standards, if you will. And, not to belabor this point, but I can promise you we would not have the level of parks investment in this city but for this region establishing a regional park standard nearly 15 years ago, in 1998, through the Regional Planning Authority that became the Regional Planning Coalition, and shortly thereafter, the City of Las Vegas and the City of Henderson went gangbusters, investing way more in parks and recreation, in many cases, than in public works, your traditional public works, transportation, and other things, to get above that regional standard. So I think you're right on. A regional discussion about this could be critically important because we are in a valley and we aren't in our own microcosm, and things that happen on our borders do impact us. And where we see that a lot of times are in community-wide surveys where our citizens may feel very safe. A citizen in another neighboring jurisdiction may not feel as safe. But when you look at it in total, people are feeling a little bit uneasy, but they're not really sure why. And then you can get lost in that overall evaluation. Did I go on to, I'm sorry, I know you guys are ready to be done with this
but
probably.
That's a very, very good point. And again, it's about marketing our community, and forever things that happen in southern Nevada, everybody attributes it to, quote, Las Vegas.
Right.
And so we're forever going to be fielding that. But there needs to be the marketing of the data and the statistics, which really prove overall we are a pretty safe place.
Right.
Your Honor?
Yes, please.
If I may. Thank you. I wanted to say that this is exactly a good point to describe what legislators and council and commissioners can do working together. The last two legislators, the voters approved, 5 or 6 years ago. Voters already voted on increasing their sales tax 0.5% to pay for more police. The legislature was left with the authority to raise that, to pass that out. So in 2005, they passed 1/4 cent of that, not all of it. It's the More Cops initiative. Well, I think we're short of police. And I think that if we were to work with legislators and say, we need the police, we need you to go ahead and release that other 1/4 cent, assuming that the existing new 1/4 cent that was put on in 2009 is going to be dropped off, I think it will be in the next session, then you have the ability to do that, and because we need them, and then we need the rest of it. Voters already approved it. We need more cops, and I think that the sheriff's done a good job on the bookkeeping, because that's a big deal. You essentially have to pay a tax. You then have to account for every dollar of that tax. It has to be totally segregated. You know, the Metro's not in trouble, whereas a couple of other local subdivisions are, because he did good accounting on it. And we will get our fair share of the police, and it will make us all safe, and it will address Councilman Wilson's concern that we, you know, no matter where we are, we all get blamed for crime, no matter where it is. So I think that's the kind of thing we could work with our legislators on.
And hopefully Councilman Wolfson will address that when the authority convenes. I think it's an excellent place, really, to make that impactful statement.
But we need the permission of the legislature for that.
Citizen engagement is the last topic I wanted to go over, the final priority to cover. Obviously, we want people who feel connected and that they're better off, that this community is better off because of that attachment, both socially and economically. And we want people to give back, whether it's volunteerism, coming to community meetings, initiating community meetings, or voting. There are a variety of ways for people to really feel connected to their community. A lot of that was covered in our citizen survey, which we'll roll out again here in the early fall, and some of which I'll cover here. But obviously, we had a much better voter turnout. I know this has been a big issue for the mayor and council for many years. I know Councilman Wilson's walking out of here, but he has been a staunch proponent of trying to get more voters to turn out. And we went up. We went up from 8%, 8.5% in 2007, which was the last mayoral election, to about 25% in voter turnout. That's pretty substantial. And that's indicative of people caring about what's going to happen in their community. Our citizen satisfaction score, we gave ourselves a red dot. Now, this isn't a year-over-year citizen satisfaction score. We got a red dot because when we compared ourselves to other similarly sized western cities in our citizen survey, we scored below those benchmark cities. So hopefully next year we will be able to show progress. And you may say, Betsy, what does it take to make people more satisfied? And from our survey, it's not necessarily investing more in areas where you get limited progress. It's things like volunteerism. How much people volunteer drives up the citizen satisfaction rate. It's in things like their encouragement of starting new businesses here. If they believe new businesses will start up here and can succeed, they're more satisfied. And if they support us more in what we're doing. If citizens support us, they're more satisfied. Their scores go up. And it seems a little counterintuitive because most of the time you think, well, if we throw more public safety out there, if we throw more transportation out there, if we throw more recreation out there, those are not the drivers in this town of what makes people satisfied. Because generally, in a lot of those categories, they're pretty darn satisfied. They're pretty happy with the service levels. They don't expect more. They recognize their priorities in those service areas, but they think we're doing a pretty good job there. Where we drag down is in these areas. And where we're going to make a difference is in those areas. So those are some of the things that, as we go forward, probably we should have more robust discussions about that, on what is the city's role in this part of citizen engagement and driving that satisfaction level up. Volunteerism, we don't have a trend here. We have been trying to monitor attendance and things like that. We will continue to do that, and as we get more data, we'll be able to update this going forward. And we have been focusing a substantial amount on social media and really beefing that up. So we made a lot of progress in that area with people engaged with the city using those mechanisms. As we look forward, what do we do with this report card? This kind of gives us a snapshot of what we've done. We can't rest on that. As evidenced by this report, there are things that we're doing well. We still may not have hit our targets, but we're progressing towards those targets. In other areas, we haven't made as much progress as we might ordinarily like, but the trend is looking up. When you look back at Vibrant Urban Fabric, for instance, things that aren't included in those calculations are things like relocation of the Zappos headquarters down here, the opening of the Smith Center, the relocation of City Hall. So we hope those kinds of things will turn to a green dot as we go forward, at a minimum a yellow dot. This gives us an idea of where we need to focus our attention as an organization and where we need to continue to monitor our progress on the key initiatives that you said were important to you year to year. Let me say this. I think this report is probably a report that we should do every 2 years, maybe every 3 years, because corporate measures don't turn that quickly. They do not turn on a dime. Sometimes they do, and that's great. But it really does take a couple of years to show progress. So my recommendation is that we continue to produce a report like this, but we do it every 2 years. That, as we have done over the last year and a half, we brief you regularly on our progress in these areas, just not in this forum. And I would suggest that we continue that effort. I also think that between now and your planning retreat, you have a planning retreat we're scheduling for you in October-November timeframe, after we've completed the citizen survey and after we've had a management retreat, to really reevaluate these priorities, where we really are, identify some candidate measures for you going forward about the things that you may feel are critically important in achieving these priorities, or if you modify them, how do we deal with that? We want to bring you a series of reports along the way to get ready for that discussion. So we might talk with you about specifically volunteerism, or give you an update on sustainability or key specific neighborhood issues and how we might want to modify our approach in those areas, so that you have time to mull that over, think about it before giving us direction at that strategic planning retreat. As for this report, and this is what we're putting together, we're in the final stages of taking what I just presented to you on the PowerPoint presentation here and putting it in a booklet. And it explains, probably in greater detail than what I went over today, what the measures are, why they are, and where we think we are. A situational assessment, if you will. It's about 15 pages or so, and we'd like to put this out on our website. We'd like to have it available for each of you to use as you see fit, whether it's with community groups, business groups, presentations you may be giving, or just that interested constituency about government accountability, that this may be a start. As I mentioned, it's not perfect. We will continue to gather data and update the measures as we go along. We can provide that to you at any time. But I think this is a good first step in creating a transparent, accountable government. It sends a really strong message to our employees that Performance Plus is important and that it does mean something to our elected leaders and to our community to get this kind of information out to them so that they can judge us and let us know how we're doing in an informed fashion. So that concludes my report today, Mayor and Council. I would like to say thanks very much to the Communications Department, David and Heather Curry in particular, Maggie Plaster, who worked very hard to put this together for you to roll out with our newly composed Mayor and Council as a stepping off point for those of you that are new, but also an update for those of you who have been around for a while on where we've gone with these priorities and what we've tried to accomplish under your direction.
You've done a phenomenal job, and kudos to you. The one thing I would ask, and maybe out of turn, but at the point that it does go public, that you have some way for interested citizens to be able to see the data that got you to the point of the green or the red dot, because I would be one of those people who would want to see the data or see the assessment of how you got there. How'd you get your red light? How'd you get, because I'm sure with citizen satisfaction, that's about you didn't hear my voice, you don't listen to me, versus positive, quick response to my issues, etc. But I think overall it's a great concept, and you've done a beautiful job as the team as well.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may. Betsy, I think absolutely on the right track. Great job. I think also when you started your presentation, you talked about the council's priorities in regards to job creation, making it easier to do business, inviting new businesses into the city of Las Vegas. All of those are important, but this goes along the same lines also. As you also mentioned, this is a message to the employees about Performance Plus. You heard my comments, Mayor, certainly, and Councilman Barlow at the dedication of the Development Services Center the other day. It's also a change in culture and the way our employees do business with our clients, meaning the public. Whether it's a dog license or whether it's a multi-billion-dollar corporation moving to Vegas, it's the culture of how we do business, and that's changing. And I see that changing amongst our employees, certainly amongst our senior staff level, and that's good to see. Because in the competitive world of local governments, every government is trying to top the next one and be better at what we do. We've got to stay number one and keep pointing in that direction. So I think you did a great job, and I'm certainly going to use that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept this? Wait, we have a comment, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know how many other cities do something like this, but it's pretty tough to report to the public what you're doing, good, bad, and ugly. I mean, it's really difficult to do that, but it needs to be done, and I appreciate you going through the process of doing this. But when you look at the report card and the stars, I think they're pretty much right on. I mean, when it comes to neighborhoods, we spend a lot of time in neighborhoods making sure graffiti's abated, making sure foreclosed homes are not deteriorating neighborhoods. The urban fabric, I think that's a report as of what is not happening in the next couple of years. So I think 2 years from now, when we do this again, that is going to change tremendously because of some of the things that are happening. Fiscally sound government, I mean, you look at our government, we've balanced our budget during really tough times. Our employees are cooperating, we're providing services, so I think that's right on. The pro-business environment, I think the key is that one category we're not collecting data on is the business review. I mean, we have to make sure that when people come to the city of Las Vegas, we're just bending over backwards to make sure that they're opening up a business here. So I think we have some more work to do there. We're a safe city. I mean, Las Vegas, Southern Nevada, we have some great cops, some great prosecutors, corrections officers, the courts. I think we're a very, very safe city. And then citizen engagement. I think the key there, and I think we're doing okay, but the volunteerism is what's really important. If you look at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, they have a Metro volunteer program. It's an established program that's organized. I think we need to spend a little bit more time coming up with an organized way for people, and I know there are people out there that will come to the city of Las Vegas and volunteer their time to help us provide services. I think we need to move a little bit more in an organized fashion there, but I think it's right on, and I appreciate a public discussion of this and letting people know that we're doing well in some areas and we're going to improve in some areas, and we're going to work on that in the next couple of years. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? I would entertain a motion that we accept the report.
Motion to accept the report.
Please vote. Post.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to ask the clerk to take back that vote. Looking at the line, it says report for possible action. Never mind. I'm sorry.
It could go forward.
You're okay. I thought it was agenda just for discussion and no action, but I think that action is appropriate.
Thank you. It was unanimous, I think I saw when you posted it. Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, we are on to item number 52. Discussion for possible action regarding the Eighth Amendment to Project Management and Consulting Agreement by and between City Parkway 5, Inc., City Parkway 4A, Inc., Office District Parking 1, Inc., and Newland Real Estate Group, LLC, to extend the term of the project management services through June 30, 2012, and reimburse Newland for their expenses per Symphony Park fiscal year 2012 business plan for parcels located in Symphony Park at the intersection of Grand Central Parkway and Bonneville Avenue. In Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, and look who's there, Mr. Arndt. Welcome home.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Bill Arntz, Director, Economic and Urban Development. With me today is Sam Gladstein from Newland Real Estate Group. As you know, we've been developing Symphony Park for a while. We acquired the site back in the year 2000 and really got going on our current master plan in 2005. It's such a large project, and we have a fixed amount of resources internally within the city that we really needed some outside help, and we found a great partner in Newland. Newland, as a large residential builder, has developed a lot of master plan communities throughout the United States, has a lot of project knowledge, a lot of knowledge in land development, in managing capital project funds, and managing large-scale projects. And so we've been engaging Newland since December of 2005. And like any project, it evolves over time. Construction happens in cycles. Some years you have a large scope of work, some years a smaller scope of work. For this upcoming fiscal year, actually the current year, which just started July 1, we have a number of items that we're looking to engage Newland to help us with, including land disposition and development agreements within Symphony Park, master planning, design guidelines, our Symphony Park Master Association, which is really the commercial equivalent of a homeowners association, as well as marketing and public relations. We've really gone from what I would call a cost-plus contract to a retainer agreement, and the reason is the scope of work over time has shrunk as we've built large projects like the Smith Center for the Performing Arts, the Cleveland Clinic Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health. A lot of those projects are so far along now where we have less work than we had in the first few initial years. So we've shrunk the Newland office and our demand for services from Newland, so they have a limited amount of staff. And because of that, we've gone on a retainer basis where we pay them a monthly retainer, which covers payroll, rent, some overhead accounting, and then you see a nominal amount for supplies. We've essentially held the retainer portion of the agreement fixed. You see there the Seventh Amendment, which really represents last fiscal year, into the Eighth Amendment, which represents fiscal year 12. We've essentially held it fixed. It's actually dropped slightly, as you see there, to $512,640. In addition, as I mentioned, development moves in cycles, and this fiscal year we're undergoing a lot of construction on site. We're doing Phase 2 infrastructure within Symphony Park, which includes predominantly the infrastructure associated with City Parkway. So for the listening public, City Parkway is a street which runs parallel to Grand Central Parkway and is one of basically the main vehicular thoroughfare through the site. And we have to actually put in the road, the street lights, and all of the utilities except for sewer still need to be placed underground. So we're going to be doing that infrastructure. Newland's going to be helping us with construction management. We're also installing what we call an entry monument on parcel M1 and entry parcels and passive parks on parcels M1 and M2, which if you come off of Discovery Drive, which abuts the World Market Center, that'll be work will be going on. We did get a federal brownfield grant on the amount of $200,000, and they'll be helping us to manage that. We're going to be installing surface parking, and a lot of coordination needs to happen with our private development partners. They're going to be helping us with that. And then, as I mentioned, the front entry monument. This additional scope above and beyond that retainer structure, we've priced it out, and you see there the line item per each part of the work. And that's the capital cost shown in that table there. For Phase 2 infrastructure, $125,000, $85,000 for parcels M1 and M2, the brownfield grant, parking for the Smith Center, which opens March of next year. We're excited about that, as well as the entry monument. Kind of a companion table there you see there on the bottom left. Newland is one of really 3 groups that's helping us with this work. In addition to Newland doing this extra scope of work, for that amount, you see there $137,376. Kinley Horn, who's a civil engineering firm, is helping us also with that work and field work associated with managing the on-site construction, as well as our own Public Works Department. We have looked and had some discussions with Public Works about whether or not they could do all the construction management on-site versus engaging Newland and Kinley Horn, and because of available resources and the history that Newland has had with the project, we've elected to go with Newland. And so you see there the total additional scope rolling up to $252,000 for this upcoming fiscal year. There's some additional savings through a lot of the hard work through Newland. We have had a $200,000 federal brownfield grant, which will help to offset costs we otherwise would have had to program out of our project budget, and it's going to be applied to remediating the soil on parcels M1 and M2. The marketing scope, we've had Newland has been a great help in coordinating marketing and public relations for Symphony Park, and I think that's one of the reasons why the project has been so well received. We've taken a different tactic starting this year, and we've really shifted our marketing and public relations effort for Symphony Park, and we realized we have limited funds in our department, and what if we combined the great public relations that we're getting for Symphony Park and expanded it to a new downtown initiative to really do public relations for all of downtown, of which Symphony Park is a part. So we have Symphony Park, which is its own district. We have Fremont East, which is its own district, the Arts District. And we're spending money through a private firm, Fess Foley Warren, and with Newland's help, both through Sam Gladstein, Rita Brandon, as well as Nancy Higgins, we've really got a lot of bang for our buck and return on investment with our public relations effort. So you see there the additional scope. We're getting more public relations, not just for Symphony Park, but for all of downtown. Yet we've kept that marketing budget the same. The $305,000 we allocated for last year, we are allocating an additional $300,000. Yet we're doing public relations not just for Symphony Park, but for the broader downtown. So you see the marketing budget as a recap. We actually came in under budget last fiscal year, and you see there budgeted funds available, and we have some committed contracts encumbrances of $60,000 that have not yet been paid out, so that's rolling over into 12, and then the additional $300,000 in budget allocation. That concludes my presentation. Again, for today, you're voting on an 8th Amendment to our project management agreement with the Newland Real Estate Group. What this does is it appropriates existing funds, budget funds that are available. They are not general fund funds. They are funds that have come out of our capital project budget through a variety of sources, including bonds that are paid for through redevelopment agency funds. And we're allocating funds for Newland in the amount of $512,640 for that retainer portion or the project management portion, and then an additional $137,376 for the construction management work associated with those various components of infrastructure for the next round of infrastructure for Symphony Park. With us today again is Sam Gladstein, representing Newland, and be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Mayor Goodman,
Please.
what are the parcel letters for with which Newland is involved? You know,
if I could get help from with the overhead, we have a map, and you can zoom in here. You can see the center of the map here. Newland has development rights for some of the parcels, Parcel C and Parcel N.
Can you point to them? There we go.
And then as it relates to the park that we're building, in addition to those entry monument parcels, the entry monument parcels are parcels M1 and M2, and then the park M3. And for orientation, the street that you see on the top of the site plan there, up is actually to the west here, so it's a little bit misleading. But Grand Central Parkway is the street at the top of the site plan, and then the bottom of the site plan you see running north-south is the Union Pacific Rail Line. And then you see across the street from Symphony Park, you see the World Market Center building, Building C, and then the tents, which are at the top of the site plan or to the west of Symphony Park. So Newland really has been playing two roles. They've been our project manager. As I mentioned, they're also a large residential builder, the largest privately held residential builder in the country, still, I believe. And they bring a great deal of resources, so we wanted to keep them as a developer, and they're still interested in developing residential on Parcel C and Parcel N in Symphony Park.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do, Mayor.
Please.
Sam, I'm looking at your logo, and I just never noticed this. Is that a cowboy hat? Didn't that look like a cowboy hat to you?
I'll let our corporate office know that.
You got my support.
I don't know if that was
You got my
planned.
support just because of the logo.
Those are your comments. Thank you. We're thrilled. Any other comments, questions from council? I would entertain a motion, Councilman Barlow, to approve.
I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions on this matter.
Please vote. And post.
And also in the process, Mayor, would like to thank Newland and their entire team for working with the City of Las Vegas for the time that you've been with us and really folding up the Symphony Park community to be something of a great impact to the Las Vegas community with all of the developments that are coming in and yet to come. And look forward to continuing to work with you all at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you to the mayor and council, to Bill and his staff, right on up to Betsy's staff. We've truly appreciated your trust in our organization to manage the operations at Symphony Park, and look forward to this following year, this upcoming year. Thank you.
Thank you, and from the first days, it's really been a wonderful marriage. Very
Thank you.
proud
It
to
has
be
been.
part of it now going forward, and just think it's been grand, and everybody has worked so hard. So here we go. Would you please post the vote? Motion carries. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have taken care of item number 53, so we are on to Public Works discussion for possible action regarding a request to install one speed hump on Faywood Street between Mount Air Avenue and Grenville Avenue, and Councilman Wolfson's ward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This is a request to install a speed hump on Faywood Street. This is a residential street that has a 25-mile-per-hour posting on it. Our traffic study indicates that the 85th percentile speed on the street is 34 miles per hour, and we have an average daily traffic of about 400 cars a day using this street. It's not an emergency response route, and the Traffic and Park Commission recommend approval.
Is there a motion that someone would make, please?
Just 1 second. Would you mind?
Yes, please do.
Mayor, while Councilwoman's getting Councilman, motion to approve.
Okay. Motion to approve by Councilwoman Tarkanian, but there was a comment?
No, let's go ahead and vote, Mayor, and then I want to just ask
Okay.
the Director.
Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you, and Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. Jorge, the question is, do speed humps have to come to the council level?
They do, Councilman. There was a policy that was adopted by council several years ago that talks about criteria of where speed humps should or shouldn't go. Those that meet that criteria, we typically put them on the consent agenda because they meet the criteria. Those that don't, we bring them before us a discussion item for your consideration. But they do require council action.
Okay, but that makes sense. If it does meet the criteria, it's on the consent agenda.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess any council member can say, hey, I want that off the consent agenda so I can talk about it.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now into boards and commissions discussion. Planning Commission for possible action, Rick Truesdale, Vicki Quinn, Steve Evans, Byron Goins, term expiration of June 2011. Procedure for this board is a recommendation by the appropriate member of the council with the approval of the council. Options are Mayor Goodman to reappoint Mr. Truesdale or appoint a new member. Councilman Tarkanian to reappoint Ms. Quinn or appoint a new member. Councilman Coffin to appoint a new member. Councilman Barlow to appoint a new member. And for myself, my motion is to reappoint to the Planning Commission Rick Truesdale, who happens to be with us, having sat here through this all, who is in his third term. I'd love you to come forward and just express a moment, having watched you on television for all these years at night, wondering if it's what time of day you stay here to, and knowing you have to support your family.
Unfortunately, they're earlier than they used to be. When they were longer, that meant more business in the city.
And I would also like to interrupt you. Mr. Truesdale is a brand new grandpa of a little baby girl, Gemma, who was born on
Saturday
and weighed in at
15. No,
5:14.
5:13.
So.
You
so
know,
he's going to be working a long time along with his son-in-law.
Yeah, just move those numbers around, whatever works. I do want to thank the council for the support they give planning. The mayor and the council have been incredibly supportive over the years, and it shows in the development and the response that the community sees and how planning reaches out to their needs. So.
Well, I want to thank you, and I have known Mr. Truesdale for over 27 years, always relied on him for his truth and efficacy, for his knowledge of the downtown, born and raised here, knows every inch of the city, and I'm sure elsewhere as well, but just has done a wonderful job in planning, was chair at one point. Hopefully at some point that will happen again, but regardless, we thank you all for your service, and it's an honor for me to reappoint you to this position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Am I allowed to move on my own motion? No. Yes, I am moving on the motion to reappoint Mr. Truesdale to the Planning Commission. Please vote.
Is it for everybody or just Mr. Truesdale?
Just Mr. Truesdale at this point. I think we have to do one by one, correct? Okay, please vote. Please post. Unanimous. You may not go home or go get dinner or go babysit. Thank you very much. And now moving on to Councilwoman Tarkanian. Do you have a motion, please?
Move to reappoint Vicki Quinn.
Please vote. Please post. That is unanimously carried. Congratulations. Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, my motion is to obey my appointment for 2 weeks.
Okay, so that would come to the next city council meeting,
Do you have
correct?
a date, sir, that you'd like it held to?
The next city council
Next, okay.
meeting,
Okay,
August the 3rd, will be my motion, Mayor.
thank you. Do we have a vote on that abeyance? Please vote. Post, please. Motion carries to obey your appointment. And Councilman Coffin, would you please?
Yes, Your Honor. I have my nominee in the chambers today because I want to bring Trinity Schlottman forward. And while he's walking here, just a couple words about Steve Evans, who could not be here today. Steve served us honorably for 10 years in a very difficult job. And as you know, he was a downtowner. And Trinity also is a downtown guy, and I think it's very important for people who have these residential commitments to also represent us. So I'm very proud to introduce Trinity Schlottman to you as my nominee. Trinity came from Texas a good number of years ago. He's invested heavily in Las Vegas, built some lofts. He's in front of us. Trinity, would you like to say a couple of words?
Sure.
Just a couple now.
Okay, I won't keep y'all long. I appreciate you making this appointment, and I've had plenty of opportunities over the years to be in front of many of y'all sitting up here on my urban loft projects and the newest venture, Artifice, the Urban Lounge in the heart of the Arts District. And I'm looking forward to, working with the City Council and Planning Commission. And throughout the years, I've been able to work with almost every department, from Public Works to Planning to Land Development. And I just feel that my understanding of all these different departments will help me in this Planning Commission role and help the community. So thank you.
I would like to say you're a visionary, too, having been down to your projects. They're unbelievable, and you're creative, and you incorporate the whole community, and I think it's wonderful. And I'm
Thank
glad you're here rather than in Texas.
Thank you. Me too.
Your Honor, I move for the appointment of Trinity Schlottman to the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Please vote. Post.
Thank you, Trinity.
Thank you.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, may I please interrupt for just one second?
Certainly.
Beverly, could you show me as a positive vote on 54? I think I don't know how you showed me. Okay, I had to go to the bathroom, so I couldn't be here. Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to item 56. Let's see, Senior Citizens Advisory Board for possible action: Lance Moran, Robert Goldstein, Patty Brown, Fran Drury, and Jean Zorn, term whose expires June of 2011. Recommendation: procedure for this board is recommended by the appropriate member of council with the approval of council. Options are Mayor Goodman to make a new appointment to replace Mr. Moran and either reappoint Mr. Goldstein or appoint a new member, Councilwoman Tarkanian to reappoint Ms. Brown or a new member, Councilman Coffin to reappoint Ms. Drury or appoint a new member, Councilman Barlow to reappoint Ms. Zorn or appoint a new member. My motion is to reappoint Robert Goldstein, who has shown continuing interest and has done a wonderful job, and I would like to separate these, if I may, unless I can do it in one vote. Lance Moran is termed out, and I would like to wait till the next council meeting and put that slot in abeyance. On August 3rd. Thank you very much. I'm making the motion, so could we vote, please?
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, sir.
If you will, would you also put Mrs. Zorn in abeyance along with Mr. Moran, just so that I can follow up with her to make sure that, unless someone else has heard back from her, whether or not she wants to be reappointed.
Okay, can we do that, please? Thank you very much, Councilman
So that'll come to
Barlow.
the next City Council meeting on August?
August 3rd.
August the 3rd. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And please vote on this motion, and please post. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I move to reappoint Patty Brown onto the committee.
Please vote. Post. Oh, it didn't come through. I squoze. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I move to defer or obey my appointment until I have a chance to meet Ms. Drury. I have not, actually didn't know about this until we got the agenda. Haven't heard from her, haven't met her. So I'd like to defer till the August 3rd meeting.
Okay, that as a motion to defer on your appointment till the August 3rd council, please vote.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr.
Before we post, Councilwoman Tarkanian would like to also let the record reflect that she's voting in the affirmative. on
Thank
this
you very
item.
much. Thank you. Please vote. Post. I'm doing this. I do it a lot. Yep. Thank you. Is that indicated there? Is that what Councilwoman Tarkanian wanted? Just it's a blank. Okay. Thank you very much.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Can I inquire through you to the clerk when the next meeting is of this advisory board? Do we know? Okay, thank you.
And I'd like to ask a question which I don't see answered here. Is there, which I can't imagine there would be, an age restriction on this? Do you have to be a senior to be? I think maybe that you do not have to be a senior to be appointed. Okay. I mean, I don't see it in the comments below. But the former mayor said to me when I was talking to him, he said, I think you have to be a senior. So, okay. Thank you very much for a point of clarification. Okay, moving along. We are now into item 57 and recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting. And I believe, well, Councilman Barlow, I believe it was obeyed, but
Your Honor, I'm the one that's working that one, too.
okay.
Your Honor, this is not quite settled yet. When it came out of recommending, it came out different than what the downtown area had wanted. And the research project is going on. I think will be done in time for the August 3rd, if we could obey again. You know, is that possible, either through you, Your Honor, or to Councilman Barlow? I'm
Is
not
that
sure.
in agreement with you, Councilman
Yes, that's
Barlow?
fine. That's fine. Thank you.
And for the August 3rd or the September meeting?
I think August 3rd will be ready.
Let me ask the clerk.
We can't
before
go
you-
much further than that because it'll die if we don't do something.
What I was going to ask is, what's the last date eligible for adoption? I'm directing that correction to the clerk.
It was published on June 23rd, and we have 60 days, so you're okay through August.
Okay, so let's please vote on the motion to obey this item 57 till August 3rd council meeting, please. Please vote. Oh, good. Post. Okay, we're doing it again. Nope, it's, there we go. And post. Okay, or just everybody by hands in favor, please? Hand, aye, voice, oh, thank you, done. Okay, moving on to item number 58. Items 58 through 60, bills 2011 to 28 through 2011-30 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We will move on to new bills. Let's see, through 60. Okay, so new bills. Okay, item 61, Bill 201131 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, August 2nd, 2011. So that would be put in abeyance till August 3rd meeting.
Actually, I will read the bill into the record. It will then be assigned to recommending committee, and I will ask the clerk to fast-track this bill so it will be eligible for adoption at the August 3rd meeting, not the second meeting in August. And with that, with your permission, Your Honor,
Bill,
let me read
please.
Bill number 2011-31, an ordinance to remove the term limitations applicable to members of the Planning Commission and to provide for other related matters.
Boy, that was quick. I guess after years of service, you can do it that fast. We can have a competition next. Okay, so please move on that in abeyance till the August 3rd council meeting, correct? It's just a referral. Oh, just a referral over. Do we have to vote on it? No, we don't. Okay, I think with everything so wonderfully done, we will adjourn for lunch till 1:30, if that works with everybody. Perfect, to the minute. Thank you. We'll see you all back at 1:30. Thank you.
Mayor. During citizens' participation, I may need a little bit more than the 3 minutes. I'll move quick. I'll move like the wind, but I may need.
Okay, everyone, welcome back from lunch. It is 1:30 on the button, according to my little phone here, so I rely on that, as do all of you. For possible action, any items from the afternoon session that council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Following items I want to read into the record. Item number 72, the applicant and owner, Johnny Pappas, VAR 41321, 1125 Cashman Drive. The applicant has asked this to be held in abeyance till August 17th, 2011. Item 78, 79, and 80, Zone 41606, VAC 41661, and SDR 41601, applicant SDA Inc., owner City of Las Vegas, .047 acres at the southeast corner of Clark Avenue and 6th Street. Applicant has asked this to be held in abeyance till August 3rd, 2011. Item 81 and 82, variance 41297 and SUP 41296, applicant Tower Consulting Inc., owner Pecoli Ranch Community Association, 9501 Red Hills Road. Councilman Wolfson has asked to hold this in abeyance till September 21st, 2011. Item 91 and 92, SUP 41569 and SUP 41570, applicant Hayam Gabby, owner HS Family Limited Partnership, 316 Fremont Street. Applicant has asked this to be withdrawn without prejudice. And item 97, SDR 41271, applicant owner Nevada State Bank, 201 South 4th Street and 200 Las Vegas Boulevard South. Applicant has asked this to be held in abeyance till August 3rd, 2011, and that is my motion.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. May I have a vote on the motion, please? It's rolling on me. There it is. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're on to items 63 through 66 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Planning Department. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda on items 63 through 66?
So moved, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Vote on the motion. Post, please. Thank you. Motion carries. And that's through 66. Okay. Items 67 through 70 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing any application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by the staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item 67, Zone 41545, applicant owner Bonneville Bungalows LLC for possible action on a request for rezoning from R1 low density residential and PR professional office and parking to PO professional office on .85 acres at 511, 515, 521, and 531 South 7th Ward 3 in Councilman Coffin's ward. Number 68, variance 41546, applicant owner Bonneville Bungalows LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a lot width of 55 feet where 60 feet is the minimum required on .17 acres at 511 South 7th, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 69, SUP 41586, applicant Lutheran Social Services in Nevada, owner Harsh Investments Properties for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 11,597 square foot social service provider at 73 Spectrum Boulevard, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 70, SUP 41592, applicant Marietta Brewer, owner Construction Group, Inc., for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,275 square foot secondhand dealer use household items at 2187 North Decatur Boulevard, Suite 100, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all items. All of these items are public hearings, which now I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on any of these items? Please state your name.
My name is Anthony Hodge. I live 123 Sir David. I'm only trying to make it do the right thing for it. All four of them has planning and staff approved. So therefore, it's a good deal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who wish to speak? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearings. Councilman Anthony, do you have a motion to approve items 67 through 70?
So moved.
Please vote on the motion. Post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay. At this moment, Councilman Ross. I see we have a wonderful, handsome young man in the front row who might be whispering to his mother. A gentleman from the Boy Scouts of America. We would like to recognize you. Would you please come up to the podium, tell us your rank, and give us your name, please, sir? And, I did have a request from one of our council people who would like to know why you're in attendance.
I'm Henry Jennings from Los Angeles, and I am a Star Rank Scout, and I'm here working on my Communications Merit Badge.
We welcome you. We congratulate you. We're delighted you're in our community. And is that your mom with you?
Yes.
And she must be very proud, and we welcome her too.
Thank you.
I have a request from Councilman Wolfson, please.
Just out of curiosity, what part of Los Angeles? It's kind of a big city. What part of Los Angeles?
Studio City.
Okay, the San Fernando Valley.
Yes.
That's where I was born and raised a long time ago.
Don't let that frighten you. Thank you so much. Good eyes, Councilman Ross. We're on to item 71. ROC 41902, abeyance item, review of condition, public hearing, applicant Vegas Express Gas Mart, number 2, LLC, owner Prop Service LLC, for possible action on a request for a review of condition of a previously approved special use permit SUP 36779 to delete condition number 5, which states, quote, the sale of single beers, malt beverages, or wine coolers of any size with alcohol by volume greater than 6% shall be prohibited. The sale of wines with an alcohol by volume of greater than 16% shall be prohibited. Located at 4401 East Bonanza Road, that is Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial on this, and this is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Good
Would you care
afternoon,
to
Mrs.
speak?
Mayor.
And your name again, please.
Matt Riccardella. Good afternoon, Mrs. Mayor, members of council. Thank you for being here today. The purpose for our request this afternoon is really to be competitive on a highly competitive corner. We have 3 other retailers. You could see to the west, you could see is an Arco. To the northwest is a Circle K, and directly to the south is a Walgreens, which are on all 4 corners. Our location is shaded in red. All 3 of these retailers can sell singles which exceed 6% by volume, and we would like the ability to have the same. We'd like to be able to sell those singles as well, because recently we've been losing a lot of our customers who have come in and requested those beverages, and unfortunately we've been unable to service them in that respect. So this afternoon we're requesting, with your permission, the ability to sell those singles so we could compete with our competitors and ultimately be successful at that location. Thank you.
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I went to the location and I surveyed all 4 corners of this intersection, and the applicant is correct. In fact, he's at a competitive disadvantage. He runs what appears to be a very clean shop, and I've heard no complaints about any misbehavior there. And the major market there, Cardenas, to my knowledge, has no objections. And so I think maybe we're fine approving this. I don't know if there's any testimony in opposition, though. However, I'm okay with it.
Mayor?
Thank you. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I can contest that the gentleman also runs a very nice store in my ward as well, right at the corner of Decatur and Vegas Drive. And I've had nothing but good praise from the surrounding residents as it relates to his management of his store, how he provides for his establishment, and he's there. He's not an how would you say it, an absentee manager. He's at the store, and so I believe that following Councilman Coffin's comments, that giving him a chance is something that I can support. Traditionally, as I shared with him as well, that in other areas of the city, and specifically in areas such as Ward 5, there are areas that I don't support singles for reasons that are not that I won't bring out for this item, but yet and still, I've also, Councilman Coffin, had an opportunity to see the site in which he was looking to come into in your district, and I told him that I would follow your lead as the council representative of the area. So I too am and will be voting accordingly with the councilman. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this particular
Todd Farlow,
item?
240 North 19th. I have nothing against the applicant of this thing, but I do not like the direction that this stuff is going. At the last Planning Commission meeting, we had an operator of a filling station with a floor plan almost exactly like this, asking check cashing. Now, if you looked at the floor plan that was on your screen, you have a gaming area, you have alcohol, and now on the current proposal that was before the Planning Commission, they want check cashing. It's becoming that the fuel is a secondary or even a distant part of the revenue. And I just do not like the way this is going. They don't sell any decent food or anything. They sell junk food. There's no vegetables in there. At least if you go to Terrible's, they have a fruit basket there. They sell fresh bananas, apples, stuff that's decent for you. All they have in these things that we're addressing now, junk food, gaming, gas, and now what they want is, check. And I just don't like the way this is going. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, I move for approval. I want to make sure, though, that we don't have a condition on there. The condition 5 would be deleted, wouldn't it? So that we don't have a restriction that was what had originally been on it. Give me some direction.
I
on
would
that.
ask your attorney right there.
Condition 5, as Flynn is nodding, would be removed. And Councilman, I don't know if there's a review period that's on there, but you're also able to place a review on this item if you'd like a year, 6 months, to see how they're doing.
I'll approve move to approve as we see it. No additional conditions.
Okay, may I have a vote on that motion, please? Post? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Even though we don't have a condition on there, keep being there. It's wonderful that you're there and watching everything.
Thank you. It's our
Thank you.
pleasure, and thank you all for your support.
Thank you. Okay, now, item number 72 has been placed in abeyance until August 17th or August 3rd? August 17th. Is that the following council meeting? I didn't think there was one.
The second meeting in August.
It is a viable one. Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just ask, is there anybody here that wanted to discuss this item? Is there anybody here that came in either support or protest?
72.
On item number 72? Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure that we hadn't inconvenienced people. Thank you very much.
That's wise. Keep us on the line there. Thank you. This is a public hearing. I declare it open even though it's in abeyance. Is the applicant present, or don't I have to do that? No, it's in abeyance, so I don't have to do that. So just vote. Just and 73. SDR 41059, abeyance item, site development plan review, public hearing, applicant owner River of Life Word Ministries for possible action on a request for a site development plan for proposed 4,428 square foot church and a 2,880 square foot modular classroom building with waivers to allow no landscape buffers along the north, east, and west perimeters where 8 feet is required and a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along the south perimeter where 15 feet is required on a .54 acres at 4944 Vegas Drive. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present? There we are.
David Dwyer representing the applicant. The applicant is here. But,
please proceed.
Before we go on, Mayor Goodman, many of you know I'm also a Boy Scout leader, and I'm endeared to the Boy Scouts, and I thank you for recognizing this young scout. In addition to working on his communication merit badge, he can also, by attending this council meeting, be working on his citizenship in the community. Even though he is not from this community, it's important to come see and learn what happens in the community. We're going to get him an agenda to take back with him. One of the councilmen has signed it. Maybe you can sign it too when the meeting's over, and then he can continue on. He's at a star level. That means these merit badges are Eagle merit badges. So he's working on becoming an Eagle merit badge
Awesome.
winner.
I'd be happy and honored to sign it.
Thank you. David Dwyer, Dwyer Engineering, 7310 Smoke Ranch Road, representing the client, and
Peggy Pound, 4895 Lone Mountain Road, also representing the applicant.
Thank you.
There were some questions when we were here last month regarding the landscaping and the appearance of the building. We have submitted more complete landscaping plans and the building site plans so the new building will be covered in stucco and look identical to the other building, and it will be set at ground level so that it does not appear to be a portable. Those plans have been submitted as the new building plan is up, I believe. And I've reviewed the conditions with the Planning Commission. We accept the conditions and would hope that you'll approve.
I'd like to make a statement, especially to our new councilman who may not be as familiar with this property. This church is an absolute addition in a positive way to our community. The church itself had a work day and completely revamped the front of the church, repainting it, landscaping, to bring it up to a standard that the neighbors were quite pleased with. We have a lot of support in the area. They have an outreach program for at-risk youth and also for in-need citizens that they do a couple of times a year. They get tremendous donations from Walmart of diapers and toilet paper and toothpaste and all of this, and they reach out to the community, to our less fortunate citizens, and make those donations to them. And I, as a Baptist, am very, very impressed with this church. So
Could you answer the classrooms? Are they going to be for preschool?
There will
what
be
purpose?
no, they're just for the Sunday school and for Boy Scout meetings, that sort of thing, and youth meetings. There's no plans to have a daycare or a school on site.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I've been out to this project several times. These people work their hearts out. I mean, and it is really something. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir?
They was here a few weeks back. It's
Your
a
name,
church,
please,
all I
sir.
got-
I'm sorry, even though you were
My
up
name,
before.
Anthony Hodges, okay.
Okay, thank you.
They was here a few weeks back, and it's a church, and church do good things. And then they mentioned Boy Scout, and hey, we got a good thing going, so I hope y'all agree to let them have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, thank you so very much. And I also want to thank the pastor and his entire congregation, as well as Mr. Dwyer and his staff, for working with my office to remedy a lot of the questions that I had, and making sure that this location is a location that we all can be proud of at the end of the day, and I believe that we've achieved that. And before I make my motion, I would like for Flynn Fagg, the director of our planning department, to place some text into the conditions of this item, and then we'll move forward with the recommendation.
Certainly. Thank you, Councilman. Based on the revised plans that the applicant has submitted to our department, we do need to revise several of the conditions of approval, and let me read through those, if you will. To condition number 5, we would revise it as follows. All development shall be in conformance with the site plan, date stamped 2/28/11, and the landscape plan, date stamped 6/28/11, and building elevations, date stamped 7/5/11, except as amended by conditions herein. Condition number 6, we would also modify it as follows. A waiver from Title 1908 is hereby approved to allow no landscape buffers along portions of the east and west perimeters where 8 feet is required, and a 5-foot landscape buffer along the south perimeter where 15 feet is required. And then I would also request an additional condition as follows. Exceptions to Title 1908 are hereby approved to allow the following. A, no trees along the north perimeter where 1 is required, 2 trees along the south perimeter where 3 are required, 8 trees along the east perimeter where 10 are required, and 2 trees along the west perimeter where 10 are required. B, no parking lot trees or islands where 6 are required, and C, no parking lot screening where a berm or wall is required. And so those would be the amended conditions.
We concur with them.
We're in agreement. Yes.
Okay, so with that being said, I want to thank you all once again, and my motion at this time will be to move for approval subject to all conditions on this matter, and congratulations to the church, and make sure that you keep the mayor and council lifted up in prayer. Thank you.
We certainly will.
Thank you, Councilman. Vote, please. Post, please.
Thank
Motion
you.
carries. Thank you
And-
very much. Good luck to you.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilman Barlow, for your staff's work with us.
Their color is purple.
Yes, this is them.
This is the owner.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Good luck to you all. Isn't that wonderful? Items 74 and 75. 74 Zone 41044 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from R3 medium density residential to PO professional office. Number 75 SDR 41045 for possible action on a request for site development plan review for covered parking lot with waivers to allow an 11-foot wide landscape buffer along the east perimeter where 15 feet is required, a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along the west perimeter where an 8-foot is required, and a 3-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north perimeter where 5 feet is required. The applicant owner is Daniel Ross. The project is located on .26 acres at 424 South 7th. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on both items. These items are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, and are public hearings which are now declared open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I'm Daniel Ross. I live at 46 East Victory Road in Henderson. Items 74 through 77 are all a single package, and I request that the EVAPS applications 76 and 77 be considered first, and then when you're done, come back and consider mine. And here's a representative from EVAPS.
Good afternoon, Scott Brown, Design Cell Architects, 10777 West Twain. Here on behalf of the applicant, we do have the companion items 76 and 77, which is they're all connected. Daniel's lot is a satellite parking lot for our project, which we're going to supplement. We're asking for a waiver of parking.
Okay, maybe what I could do is just read the rest of them all together. If you'll let me interrupt you, we'll get through 75, 76, and 77 and go from there.
Great,
okay?
Thank you.
Is that all right? Thank you. Let's see, so where are we? Okay, so moving on to 76, 77, number 76, variance 41054 for possible action on a request for variance to allow 160 parking spaces where 184 spaces are required. Number 77 SDR 41047 for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review SDR 39121 to eliminate one level of required parking consisting of 24 spaces from an underground garage. The applicant owner is EVAPS LLC et al. The project is located on .65 acres at 400 South 7th. The Planning Commission recommends approval of both items, and staff recommends denial of both items. These items are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, and are public hearings which I now declare open. Okay, so let's go from here.
Great, thanks. Previously, we had the EVAPS law office building approved, and back in December, last 6 months, we've been working on design and construction documents. As you know, previously approved, we had 2 levels of subterranean parking going down into the basement. After we received the soils report, we encountered groundwater at a really shallow depth. So the parking waiver we have before you is to reduce the lowest levels, the lowest 24 parking stalls, the deepest, on our parking garage, and supplement them with the 25 spaces on Daniel Ross's property, just 50 feet to the south of our lot. So essentially, we're taking the deepest 25 stalls and surface parking on Daniel Ross's lot. The applicant has a 10-year lease with a 10-year extension with Daniel Ross, so essentially a 20-year lease on this property. In addition, so we started with 184 stalls, and we still have 184 stalls at the end of the day. Since it's a remote parking lot, it doesn't necessarily meet the letter of the code, but I think that only 50 feet away it meets the intent of the code. And that's what we have before you. 76 and 77 is the waiver for parking.
Okay.
74 and 75 are the zone change for the residential lot.
Do we take them together or separately? Okay. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Please come forward, state your name.
The name's Hodges Anthony. 76 and 77, staff and planning seem to be kind of split on it. And he said something about, was it a drainage situation? Water, yeah, okay. Well, I always remember water run downhill, so I hope you can get that straightened out, because water will seep downhill all the time. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on these items? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearings. Thank you. And Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, there are certain conditions that need to be expressed on the record about this property. In essence, all four items have overarching conditions, which I think we need to have on the record expressed, because somehow we didn't get a written response. Mr. Fagg, is that correct?
Actually, Mr. Coffin, if I might, condition number 1 that we have on the conditions of approval references the previous site plan. And as part of that previous site plan, there was a condition relative to a salvage plan being required for the historic Pop Squires house. And so those conditions still apply and are referenced in the conditions of approval that you have before you today.
Okay, so then, Your Honor, then the conditions do not have to be stated specifically, but they do include, I believe, a $25,000 contribution toward the digitizing of the Las Vegas Age, Las Vegas's first newspaper. What are the other conditions, Glenn?
The other condition is relative to the salvage plan for the historic items within the house itself. And that plan needs to be submitted to the Historic Preservation Commission and approved by the Historic Preservation Commission before demolition of the historic structure can begin. So those were the two principal items.
So before anything can be knocked down, then applicant, these things have to be in hand.
Correct, and the applicant still agrees.
For those who don't understand what this is about, the Pop Squires house, an old home, not one of the first homes, but from 1930-31, resides there, and Mr. Squires was the publisher of our first newspaper. I think maybe the historical community was concerned about what was going on. I've toured the house inside, outside, and in the basement, and have seen that the existing house doesn't really resemble in very many ways, except for perhaps a sight line, somewhat, the original house. So many changes have been made to the interior and the exterior that it has lost much of its, if you will, its historical value. But the applicant has conceded to make concessions in such a fashion that it will outweigh the reservations that someone might have to tearing this house down. It was inevitable, particularly with the approval back in December of the building. So I think that, by the way, the water level is the reason they had to change that plan, if you didn't read it all carefully. The water level is extremely high. I think, 80% moisture at 9 feet?
Yeah, 10 feet.
10
Correct.
feet, which forced them into making a change to conform to the intent of the original approval. So I therefore move for approval on these items, and I'm not sure, should I lump them all together, Council? Should we go one at a time?
One at a time, please. Thank you, Councilman.
Should we start with
Okay.
76 and 77, or go to
74.
All right, then I move for approval on item 74.
Vote, please. Post, please. Motion carries. Item number 75.
Move for approval, Your Honor.
Vote, please. Post, please. Motion carries. Item number 76. Motion, please.
Move for approval, Your Honor.
Vote, please. Post, please. Thank you. Motion carries. Item number 70, where am I? 76?
77.
77.
I move for approval, Your Honor.
Vote, please. Post, please. Motion carries. Move forward, do well. Save the water, though. We need water.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so
And
much.
now, because of the motions in abeyance, And I don't know if I have to reiterate them. We can now move on to item number 83. Variance 41401, public hearing, applicant owner Fatalovich Family Trust for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 2-foot distance separation between a proposed 1,167 square foot accessory structure, Class 2, and the main dwelling where 6 feet is required on .46 acres at 1900 Plantea Court. Ward 2, Councilman Wolfson. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present? Please state your name.
Yes, ma'am. Alec Fatalovich. And I want to thank everybody to give me the opportunity to present my case and speak with everybody here.
Please.
I purchased the property approximately 2 years ago with intention to build RV storage, and that's my better half. Anyway, the reason I purchased that property because previous owner had already approved plans to build a casita, which is pretty much same size. It's not pretty much, it's same size and same location, same property, everything. Then one led to another, and the previous owner did not build the casita, and they sold the house. We purchased the house. Rights, permission to build a casita expired, ownership of the property changed, and we had to reapply from the beginning. That's one of the reasons, one of the major reasons we purchased the property, because we want to build RV storage. Anyway, we met with the planning committee, we present our plan, we present all these improvements to the property, which I do believe will improve our property and property value, and all the neighbors around sign in support. We're talking about our association. It's not a very big association. I could not locate one owner of the property, just no response one way or another. And the rest of the folks signed. It's all right here for your record. I'd like to show you how this going to be. This is what we're planning to build. It's a addition to the house, which is going to be tucked inside the property. And from outside, my neighbors on both sides have absolutely no objection. Yeah, I own a RV vehicle, and I like to park inside. I don't want to keep it on the street. Yes.
There's no reason to travel. You have a beautiful home.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this item? Please step forward. Hearing, whoops, sorry.
I'll be real swift.
Okay, state your name again, please.
My name is Anthony Hart. Staff and planning is kind of split, but y'all do the right thing. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this item? If not, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion or comment? Councilman Wilson, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't want to chop your last name up too much.
Fatalovich? You're not going to be the first one, but
Okay.
you got it right.
Fatalovich?
Fatalovich, yes.
Fatalovich, okay. Mr. Fag, this is a gated community, is it? Is it not?
Yes, it's a gated community.
There's 9 homes in your community.
That's correct.
And the only protest that I received was from the homeowner that is in back of you in another community. Isn't that right?
That's correct. And
Okay. And then if we could go to the picture that I think you had displayed, not the picture of the simulated structure, but the kind of like the site plan, if you will.
yeah, I like to.
There it is. There it is. The proposed RV garage isn't even all the way back to the rear of your property line,
No.
which would abut the property line, which would be offensive to that property owner, right? I mean,
Yes.
that's got to be 20 or 30 feet.
That's correct. As a
Okay.
matter of fact, if you allow me, I'd like to shed more light on that.
You're
issue.
winning right now.
Okay,
So
great.
I would suggest you let me do my thing, okay? May I see the petition you have? Because I hadn't seen that yet, the document with the names of the persons who were in favor of this. Is it just one, Councilman? Yeah, thank you. Okay, this is the first time I've seen this, and it shows the street address at 1904 is in approval, the street address at 1805, and this is Plantia Court. This
Yes,
is
that's
your
correct.
court, is in approval. The homeowner at 1908
That's correct.
is in approval. So that's something that I didn't have before. So realistically, there's only one person that is objecting, and that person isn't in your gated community.
Not at all.
Okay. And Flynn, the code allows for an accessory structure. It's just the difference of 4 feet that we're talking about?
That is correct. It requires a 6-foot separation between the main dwelling and the accessory structure, and they don't meet that requirement. And that is what the variance is for.
Well, we're 4 feet too less, because they are having a 2-foot separation, right?
Correct.
So over 4 feet, I'm not going to deny this gentleman his request. So my motion is for approval.
Thank you. I have a motion. Please vote.
And Beverly, could I make this part of the record, please? With your permission, Mayor?
Sorry.
You can keep it if you like.
Vote and post, please.
Mayor, your mic is not on.
Motion carries. Congratulations, Bill DeWitt.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I have such a loud voice, sometimes I don't think I need a mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Happy trout. What is that? Happy trails. Thank you. Okay, moving on to items 84 and 85.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Item 84.
Mayor. Your mic.
Goodness, I'm on and off again, so we'll do that one. Items 84 and 85. Item 84, variance 41565, request for variance to allow an existing 528 square foot accessory structure, Class 1, to have a 2-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required. Item number 85, SUP 41564, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing 528 square foot accessory structure, Class 1. The applicant owner is Ginny W. Harris. The project is located on .25 acres at 3324 Hastings Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of both items. These items are in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? There you are. You are
Yes.
Ginny Harris. Wonderful. Please.
Ginny Harris, 3324 Hastings Avenue. And I'm just coming before you to hope for approval on an application I submitted a couple months ago. Been working on for the last 3 years.
Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on these items? Please come forward. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearings. Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you have a motion on this item?
I do have a motion, but before I make it, Flynn, because sometimes this question arises about variances, and because it's very clear that if it's a self-imposed problem, that you will not get a variance. I mean, you're not supposed to get a variance, but if it's something over which you didn't have control, you can get a variance. Would
Yes.
you like to say that in a more professional way?
Certainly. In looking in the criteria that we have in the code relative to the approval of variances, it cannot be a self-imposed hardship. In this specific instance, this property has some history to it in terms of previous subdivisions of the property. The structure which the applicant is proposing to improve was already in existence when she bought the property. It encroaches 8 inches into a required setback. And so consequently, based on the history of the property and the amount of the encroachment, staff felt that it met the criteria for the approval of the variance and did recommend approval of the item.
I just wanted to make that clear because sometimes we have questions about variances and the reasons why. And I move for approval on item number 84 as staff and planning commission have recommended with all conditions.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Good luck. 3 years' work came to
One more.
fruition.
Wait, I only did 84. Don't I do 85 also?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm
Please.
going to move for approval on item 85 as recommended by the Planning Commission and the staff with all conditions.
Thank you very much. Vote, please. Post, please.
And now you
Ca-
have it.
Now you do
All
have
right.
it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now we will move on to item 86, variance 41580, public hearing, applicant owner Rogelio Machuca for possible action on a request for a variance to allow no additional parking spaces where 3 additional parking spaces are required for a proposed 2,175 square foot office, medical on point. I'm not done quite yet with it, thank you. Office medical on point 11 acres at 1501 South Eastern Avenue, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? There
Yes,
you
I am.
are. Please.
Rogelio Machuca, 4273 Green Hill Drive. I'm a family physician that was raised here in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I did my medical training here at UMC. My dream has always been to serve my community, and I believe that I found a building that I'm starting to build out to make my clinic. If you see there, the buildings around it are kind of, it definitely is a quote-unquote rough neighborhood. I've had, my building unfortunately has been graffitied, and I've promptly tried to go ahead and clean it up. So I'm trying to bring a positive influence on the community. After about 12 years of school and medical training, I think that this is going to be an excellent opportunity for the community for me to provide medical care to the underserved community.
How many spaces, parking spaces, are there?
There are currently 8. However, I will need to make one for handicapped, so there will be 7. I am a family physician, and I'm only going to see about 4 to 5 patients per hour. So I don't think having the 7 patients, the 7 parking stalls would be a problem, because there's always going to be a constant flux. So I'm going to see people, and they're going to basically get in their cars and drive away, and then that stall will be available for the next person that I see at the next.
And is the street parking allowable, legally allowable, and is it metered or unmetered?
Unfortunately, it's not, because it was turned into right of way. The positive thing is that there's actually community homes right behind the property, and there's approximately 100 feet. There is a bus stop there.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. And these houses along there have been a constant source of grief, but the doctor has a great, we need him bad. Let me put it that way. So if we're going to put these, if we're going to convert any of these houses, this is probably the best that we can ever do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To respond to the gentleman, if I may, the actual building was built in 1986, so it's not an actual home. It's actually an office building. So the other homes, the other buildings there were converted from homes, but the building that I purchased is actually an office building.
It was not a medical office before. It looks very familiar to me.
I believe they sold. I think it was like a travel agency.
Okay.
Or something.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
He's a doctor, and I just hope they cut out the graffiti and give him a break. Hey, this is a doctor. Hello? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I was actually out there, my father and I were out there just painting, and it's one of those things where it happens in this neighborhood, but hopefully once I'm there and I'm a positive influence, that they'll actually, if I'm a positive influence on the kids also, that this won't happen.
What's beautiful is that you were raised here and went to school here and have come back here to handle your profession and help the community, and it's wonderful. So, Councilman Coffin, may we have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I think Dr. Matuka satisfied the requirements of the Planning Commission. Not an easy group to get a 7-0 vote, so they've gone with you. The code, obviously, the staff had to go with code. That's their duty. So I do move for approval.
Vote, please. Post, please. Motion carries. Congratulations. We're delighted. Wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to item 87, RQR 41171, required review, public hearing. Applicant owner Fisher Brothers, Las Vegas, LLC, for possible action on a required review of a previously approved special use permit U 0168-92, which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2900 Sirius Avenue. That's Ward 1, and Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission and staff both voted approval. This public hearing, I now declare it open, and I see the applicant is present. Would you please state your name?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Lucas Tucker, 300 South 4th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. And Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, so we respectfully request your approval as well, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions here? Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Yes, there is a motion. I wanted to say I did have several people call and complain because they don't like billboards, but I had just as many support it. And this is already an existing billboard, and we've had no problems with it as far as I know, Flynn, right? So I move to approve. I just want to explain for the people who might not have approved why we are approving, because it's been there. It was there, in fact, I think before I was elected to the council, and we've had no problems whatsoever. And so I move for approval with all conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Best of everything. Thank you very much. We now move on to item 88. SUP 41278, special use permit, public hearing, applicant owner Brian Albizer for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a bail bond service use at 1201 Stewart Avenue, Suite 2. Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, he is. My name is Brian Albizer. I reside at 805 Shetland Road. I'm the landlord, and this is the perspective.
I'm Jackson Hamilton, 267 Buckskin Street in Henderson. I'm the owner of the business asking for the permit.
Mayor Goodman, please.
Please.
Jack and myself do business in my other life as a lawyer, and although I like Jack a lot, I think that it's probably appropriate for me to recuse myself from this matter.
Thank you, Councilman Wolfson. I do know the applicant just for years of friendship, but never so much as, unfortunately, had a cup of coffee or lunch together. So I think I stand in good stead able to vote on this.
And you're fine on that, Mayor.
Thank you.
I have a question, Your Honor.
Yes, please, Councilman Coffin.
If I could ask, and I may need guidance from staff, excuse me if I step on your time, but I wanted to ask, how far away from the downtown core of the judicial core are we allowing bail bonds? I know one was permitted not long ago in a neighborhood, a residential neighborhood near my home, as a matter of fact, at Oakey and Las Vegas Boulevard, which is quite a ways from the central city. Now I'm curious, this is on the 1200 block, so it's down the hill quite a bit. But what has been the extent of putting bail bond operations? Can anybody tell me where they've been going?
Councilman Coffin, if I might, there is not a specific distance specified in our code in terms of the location of bail bond businesses. What staff has done is just look generally at where they would be appropriate relative to the neighborhood context and in proximity to our Justice Center, which lies within the office core of the downtown Centennial Plan area. As you might recall, the one that is located closer to you at Oakey and Las Vegas Boulevard, staff had also recommended denial of that request to put a bail bond facility there, seeing that it was outside of the office core. And consequently, our recommendation on this item as well, because it is outside of the office core, we had recommended denial of that. But again, the code does not specifically state a distance requirement.
Thank you.
Mr. Flynn, what are, Mr. Fact, excuse me, the C1, those buildings that are on this map, there's nothing on C1 and C2. I see those must be parking structures, correct? And immediately adjacent to the west and to the south, are any of those residences? Are they vacant? What am I looking at here?
You do have a number of residential properties there in the immediate area. If you go to the west, to the northwest of the subject site, we do have some residential facilities there. And then as you go further out, immediately there, right on Stewart itself, you do have C2 properties, which are commercial. And then just immediately to the southeast, you do have a multifamily property.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this item?
May I say one more thing?
Certainly.
There is also a bail bond office located further down Stewart, right as you get to the corner of Eastern, right before Eastern in that shopping center where there's a 7-Eleven at Stewart and Eastern. There's a bail bond company there. That's quite a ways further from the Justice Center than I'm asking to be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Barlow, my issue is not so much whether he wants to put an office here. My issue is this. The applicant lives down there on Shetland in the hoi polloi area. This is where I live. Look at the landscape. Basically, look at the lack of landscaping. There is no landscaping there at all. There's not even a weed that can grow out there. So he just leaves us, the people that live there, he just leaves us in this disaster area while he goes down there and lives with the hoi polloi. That is my problem. That's my problem. Why can't he take a little bit of effort and put some landscaping in this so we have something decent to look at? Shame on him. And if he's here asking for a special use permit, when he will do nothing to improve the area.
Is there anyone else that wishes to be heard?
That's hard to follow, so all I can say, he's right.
Okay, is there anyone else wishing to be heard?
Could I respond? Yeah, I bought the building approximately 30 years ago and have owned it since, and Judy and I, it's one of the few properties we've kept as part of our retirement package. The building, the parking lot itself, the building itself is 70 years old, and the parking lot is as it was and configured at that time. I have put a fence up and put a berm so that it could be parked. I keep it well maintained, as you can observe. New signage. I just recently painted it, replaced the soffit, replaced all the air conditioners. Last year, I operated at about 50% occupancy and had to reduce the rents by 30% just to keep the tenants in there. As I said, it is our retirement, in effect, a large portion of it. What else can I add to that? A similar shopping center directly across the street, for all, to my knowledge, is vacant. Okay, catty corner to us is a trailer park that's about half vacant. Across the street from us is a large rig travel or training school where guys learn how to drive tractor trailers. The trailers and the tractor itself is located on the property, directly across the street from us. My point in advising you of that is that it's a difficult situation down there to get tenants and to keep tenants and to keep the rent and to keep the place viable. The one across the street isn't. So I do the best I can.
What is the vacancy at this point? How many of your units are vacant?
I have one left, but I have just the one that he's pursuing at this time.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. Councilwoman, did you have something to say?
I
before
was just going to ask, so really, you're feeling this is important because of the fact of the high vacancy rate in that area, and you've tried to do the best you can in order to keep the people there, and you never had a condition to, originally, I guess, to do the landscaping?
Looking at the age of the property, I'm assuming there probably were not landscaping requirements in place at the time it was developed.
I just wondered about that. Okay.
The other,
it's a
excuse
sad
me.
situation we're in economically, all of us.
Yeah, as Councilman or Councilwoman, just in reference to the residences in the area, there were 3 single-family residents in proximity to the shopping center. All 3 were busted as crack houses. 2 of them were condemned by Metropolitan Police Department and have since been demolished, and the 3rd is presently boarded up.
And one last thing I was going to add to my friend in the audience, and that is that all of the homes on Shetland would not qualify for hoi poi.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know that because we have a wide range of affluence in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. So, a motion, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mr.
Albizer.
Albizer?
Yeah, thank
you. Okay, Mr. Albizer, thank you so very much, and also Mr. Hamilton. I've received several calls. The majority of them were begging me, the residents in the area, not to support this item. A lot of them basically shared the same feeling that the gentleman spoke about earlier. In addition to that, I would have to go along with Planning Commission and staff in regards to the location in which this specific special use permit is requested as far as a bail bonds in this location. Interesting enough, I also received a call from a business owner in the area right adjacent to you who is also adamantly opposed to the bail bonds going at this location. This location is very similar to another location that I opposed and the residents opposed on Martin Luther King outside of the specific area of downtown. And so I will have to stand with Planning Commission as well as the residents and business owners that contacted my office to oppose this. But I do want to make note that my good friend Doug gave me a call on yesterday and asked me to consider it, and I most definitely did take his comments into consideration. However, my motion will be to follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation of denying this application at this time. That would be my motion.
Any other comments? I would like to add that I really feel that what you're doing and trying to do with the improvements you've put in the building are well done, well taken, and, you know, everybody is struggling in this economy. My hope is that through this, and I'm sorry, that there will be another applicant because it's jobs, it's putting people to work, it's helping the overall economy when we can fill up storefronts and fill up with people and provide jobs and a density of population. So I just wanted to add that. And there is a motion. Are there any other comments to be made? Vote, please. Post, please. Motion is passed.
And I would like to add, if I could, Mayor.
Yes.
Just a sentence, and that is, Councilman Barlow knows his ward very well, and he feels strongly about this, and it's important for us to support that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
And good luck to you, though.
Okay, we will now move on to item 89. SUP 41289, special use permit, public hearing, applicant Czech City owner Alico Enterprises, Inc., for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved special use permit, SUP 19645, to allow 24-hour operations for an existing auto loan establishment and financial institution specified where hours of operations from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. are permitted at 631 North Nellis Boulevard, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission votes approval. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon. Lucy Stewart, 3900 Meadows Lane, and I'm representing Czech City, my other client, sorry. Czech City on the property, and I don't know if you can look at the overhead. When, back like 10 years ago, before there was actually even an ordinance regarding regulating distances and separations from residential and other businesses, Czech City went into business at this location. They turned this building into what at the time was their prototype to look at like this building. Because it was in operation prior to the city having any kind of regulation with regard to hours of operation also, they operated at a 24-hour basis. 4 years ago, they wanted to expand this building and bring it up to a more contemporary, their more contemporary looking prototype, which is what the building looks like now. So they, I believe, added about 1,500 square feet. Because the city had adopted rules, we had to go in with a use permit. To be honest, I did that application. I wasn't aware they were 24 hours. Had I known, I would have asked for 24 hours at the same time. And if the city council at that time elected not to grant them 24 hours, then we would have just kept the old prototype and just stayed in operation, because I think it's that important to them. So for about 10 years, they've been operating as 24-hour operation. They didn't realize when they expanded and improved the appearance of their building that they sort of fell into all the rules with regard to that they had limited hours then. So they've just been operating all this time as 24-hour operation. Earlier this year, the code enforcement people went out and were doing some checks on just different payday loan businesses and checking their signage, and they came across this and saw that it was 24 hours. And at that time, they got cited, and that's when we submitted for an amendment to the use permit. So we're just, even though I know that some of staff's comments are that it can't operate there without causing problems, they've actually been operating there for 10 years, just not realizing they weren't supposed to the last 4. So we're just asking to keep on operating the way we've been operating, this time just legally, though.
This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Anyone wishing to be heard on this?
Thank you. Todd Farla, 240 North 19th Street. I would like to use this as an example of what I was commenting on the previous application. I don't even like check cashing places. But notice how they kept up the property. Look at this, and look at the amount of money they put in the landscaping. They've got desert landscaping in there and whatever. I do not even like it. But since they want to keep up their property and put this kind of money in it, bless them. But I wanted to show you what can be done with properties. The other guy says that he can't do anything. Look at what they've done.
Very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this? Hearing none, I'll close the motion. Public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Coffin?
I move for approval.
Vote, please. Votes, please.
I keep forgetting to vote, you know?
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Best deal. Item 90. Subject, SUP 41299, special use permit, public hearing, applicant T-Mobile owner, and this is on SUP 41299, special use permit, public hearing, applicant T-Mobile owner, Ad America, Inc., for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 80-foot-high wireless communication facility, non-stealth design monopole at 2400 Highland Avenue, Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, Planning Commission, and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present? Is there a representative present? Is there miscommunication? And what do we do in this sense?
You could
move
We
forward?
can still move forward.
We can still move forward.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't hold it against them just because somebody didn't show.
Madam Mayor?
Okay, yes.
If I might, the applicant was in attendance at the Planning Commission meeting, and at that meeting did agree to the conditions of approval at that time.
Wonderful, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this
My name's Anthony Hart. Are they going to camouflage that thing? Make it look like a palm tree or whatever?
I
Or
think
they
I
gonna-
understand from Mr. Fagg that they have certain conditions with which they have to meet, and I can't imagine they would not be doing something. Is
Okay.
that correct? What are the conditions on that pole?
There are conditions upon the pole. However, it's not going to be a monopalm or a monopine, as we call them, but it is going to be a stealth facility, so you will not see the antennas as you typically would with most. It will appear as just a flagpole or something along those
That's
lines.
all I was asking for, camouflage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor
And yes,
Goodman,
sorry,
and I
please go
apologize.
ahead, Councilman Wolfson.
I apologize too. Just the agenda item reads non-stealth.
I apologize, you're correct. However, there are no antennas attached to it. It is a straight up and down pole.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Coffin?
I will move for approval because it is sandwiched right in there between, it's all industrial and it's next to the freeway, so we don't have really an appearance problem there. It may help the area.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Please notify the interested party. Thank you. And now we are moving on to items 91 and 92 that have been withdrawn without prejudice. And thereafter, we move on to 93, SUP 41583, Special Use Permit Public Hearing, Applicant Community Counseling Center, owner 714 East Sahara Avenue LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 17,088 square foot facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug or alcohol abuse at 714 East Sahara Avenue, Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present? If so, please state your name.
Mayor.
I am Ronald Lawrence. I'm the executive director.
Excuse me 1 second,
Sure.
please.
I believe 94 is also part of this one.
Oh, this is also part. If you will indulge me, let me read that too so we can
Please.
put them together. SUP 41584, Special Use Permit, Public Hearing, Applicant Community Counseling Center, owner 714 East Sahara Avenue LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 17,088 square foot social service provider at 714 East Sahara Avenue, Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And back to this is a public hearing. So, moving forward.
I am Ronald Lawrence. I'm the executive director and founder of the Community Counseling Center. Our agency has rendered a valuable service to the city of Las Vegas for the past 21 years. And on December the 26th, 2010, we were the victim of an arson fire. So we were forced to select a location in the same wonderful neighborhood 4 blocks west at 714 East Sahara. With me, by the way, is State Senator David Parks and Senior Deputy Attorney General for the state of Nevada, Ann Pongratz. They are both members of the Board of Directors for Community Counseling Center. We offer the community substance abuse treatment services, mental health, psychotherapy, and a community wellness program for people that are suffering from chronic disease. And as I said, render a great service to the community. And we hope that you'll consider our special use permit in this absolutely fine location.
How wonderful. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Please step forward. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Coffin? Let's do them one at a time. 93 first.
Your Honor, I move for approval despite some protests here because this organization has been operating in the very same community just a few hundred yards away. So it provides a valuable service, and it's in an appropriate location on Sahara, in fact, on a cul-de-sac just off Sahara. So I'll certainly move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries on 74. Wonderful supporters. And on item number 75, Councilman Coffin, please. Excuse me, 94. Sorry.
If there is no additional testimony for the same reasons, I will move for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote. Post, please. Item carries. Congratulations.
Thank you all for your eloquent support.
Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
Senator Parks, good to see you, sir.
It came from here.
Wonderful board you have. Okay, moving on to item number 95. Special use permit 41587, public hearing, applicant Light Squared Inc., owner, Bar Acquisitions LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a co-location on existing wireless communication facility, Stealth Design Monopine, at 3811 West Charleston. Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, the Planning Commission, and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present? Okay, moving forward, is there anyone else here wishing to be heard on this item? It's exercise for the day. This is number 5.
I just want to say, Ms. Titanium, that your name came out. That's a good thing. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Yes, Flynn, this is the very sparse pine that you and I discussed recently.
Yes, this is.
And they said there's no way they can fill it out a little?
We had asked the applicant if it was possible to add to that existing monopine. They had indicated that structurally it could not support any additional camouflage, if you will.
But it can support an additional antenna, which would weigh more than the camouflage. You know, I was for going for this, approving it, but I don't know if they try hard enough to meet the needs we have, Flynn. They'll try very hard. Did they give you any thoughts at all of what might be done, but why it couldn't be done, or anything at all? Because, you know, those antennas weigh a lot. Why don't they take off one of the 6 new ones and that other stuff they're trying to put on? I bet you they could put the camouflage.
In some situations, we are able to get the applicant to provide additional camouflage on those facilities that don't really look like a palm tree or a pine tree. In this situation, they were not able to work with us, unfortunately.
Councilwoman, if I may, exactly where is 3811 West Charleston being in our neighborhood, too? What's the nearest cross street?
What is the nearest cross street?
Valley View in Charleston.
Valley View in Charleston.
It is on the southeast corner.
Okay.
The concern I have is we're having so many of these coming through, and they want to add more and more. And this particular, sometimes we can add more, but now, then it just looks like metal up there. It doesn't help much to...
And I gather there are no requirements yet, codes, to say how far apart they have to be until you get to the point that you're overwhelmed with applications for them?
No, they're not. While we do encourage our cell tower companies to co-locate facilities, which certainly is helpful, there isn't anything that comes into play relative to distance separation requirements. We do have to be very careful in terms of the requirements that we do place on cell towers, as they are regulated by the FCC, and so we do have to abide by those regulations as well.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we would be abiding by the FCC regulations if I ask for an abeyance on this and ask this company to come back here and let me know why they couldn't take off one of the antennas. They're making lots of money. Didn't you say it was $1 million offered to the Meadows for one of these? They're making so much money. And Valley View and Charleston is an area that we're making great efforts in order to improve the aesthetics there. So I would like to obey it for another 2 weeks, ask them to make an appointment to come and see me, and we'll discuss why we can't make some type of adjustment so it's a win-win for both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion for an abeyance on this. Please vote. Post? It has been obeyed. Until when? You'll follow up with that and let us know whether...
Correct. We will contact
Thank
the
you very
applicant.
much. August 3rd. Okay, and they will be so notified. Thank you. Okay, item 96. SDR 41037, Site Development Plan Review Public Hearing, applicant owner Gareth Spicer for possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan SDR 35518 for an office other than listed to eliminate landscaping in the right-of-way along the west perimeter on .15 acre at 708 South Jones Boulevard, Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present? Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Please come forward. State your name.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. I'm kind of surprised that the applicant isn't here because things were pretty much worked out at the Planning Commission. I thought we had a pretty good thing going here.
Thank you.
Pretty much along the same line, but when you have planning and staff kind of, one for it and the others against it, then it's best for y'all to work it out. At the end of the day, it's your decision anyway.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else wanting to be heard, wishing to be heard? If not, I'll close the hearing. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Yes, we've worked along this Jones area before with, I believe, this home and others. I had not received any contact from the individuals involved in this. We do not want to eliminate our landscaping in the right-of-way, so I move for denial so that it's consistent with the other homes. We're trying to keep up Jones. We don't want it to start falling down and looking as if we can't have landscaping and other things that are of value to a community. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion denied. Thank you very much. Item 97 is in abeyance till August 3rd, requested by the applicant. Item 98. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings in dangerous buildings and nuisance litter abatements, please. Citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. On item number 50 this morning, Councilman Ross, you said that the city needs to prepare for the worst and prepare for the best. I agree with that. And Councilman Kaufman, you stated that if we're going to have anything coming down this legislative thing, we need to start now, not down the road. This is my position. We have 49 foreclosed homes in my precinct, at least. The banks, if you've been keeping an eye on public television and reading the newspapers, you'll find out that the banks aren't selling these properties because they can't. They bundled these mortgages up, sold them as CDOs, collateralized debt obligations. Nobody knows who the owners are. That's the problem. What I urge this council to do is to get with Mr. Jerbick and Mark Vincent and whoever it is, and try to draft some sort of a constitutional amendment that will get these houses back online. It takes at least 4 years to do that, and we need to start now. Let me give you a quick example of the situation that we're in. In our area of town, we used to have, it was called First Western Savings and Loan, had most of the mortgages in there. During the great savings and loan fiasco that came down the line, American Premier or something bought that, and then Silverado, that guy that Bush's son was involved with, got involved with it, and then the disaster hit. It went into a legal deal. Who came out on top years later was Norwest. Norwest was bought by Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo, a few years ago, bought Norwest. They had warehouses full of documents that they had already bundled into the CDOs and got rid of. This was during the NAFTA deal, too. Some Mexican tribe of gypsies went to Wells Fargo and says, we'll warehouse your documents cheap. Now, what could go wrong with that? Some observer says the trains didn't even stop on the way to the ports to load these things up onto China to sell them as scrap paper. What I'm getting at is right now we are at a place where nobody knows who owns these things. This is and we need to get these on the market, and title insurance won't touch them with that 10-foot pole without. I think that we need to start now to draft an amendment, a constitutional amendment, something that happens in England. If you have a problem with a property in England, it reverts to the Crown. I propose this. I propose that you do as in a major, when one stock company buys another, say they don't, only 52% of the stock is submitted. The buying company sets aside the purchase price of that and puts it in an escrow account. There's no interest or anything in that escrow account. But they have no voting rights, and that's how they take over a corporation. My thing is this. I believe that when these things get sorted out, if we can get an amendment, that the city should pass a bond issue and buy up all of these homes that are out there so they can put a clean title on them and put them back into the stream. On that, there's...
If you can bring this to a close, if you would, please. Thank you.
Take that money that you paid for that you agreed to pay for that house, and the city invests that in whatever they want to invest it in. Until they fight it out in the courts. Meanwhile, while they're fighting it out in the courts, the city can get income on that money. I don't know how else you're going to do this, but somehow you're going to have to show clean title to these properties, or I'm going to be sitting there looking at 49 vacant houses forever.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you for your comments, and we appreciate it.
Can I make a comment, Mayor?
Yes, absolutely.
And don't respond, Todd. I just want you to know something. You don't have to respond to this. Number one, you've been doing your homework. You know what a CDO is, or collateralized debt obligation. You've been doing your homework, and I'm impressed. There's a number of reasons why we're in this mess, especially with foreclosures. And Todd, you know how active and involved I certainly have been in regards to this foreclosure nightmare. It's been horrendous for Ward 6, horrendous for the entire city. So I'm fully aware of that. But I promise you that I'm currently working on another, more simple solution to what you're trying to describe right now for the benefit of Las Vegas.
Thank you.
I'm working on that right now, and I'm looking forward to sharing it all with you when I can.
Thank you, Councilman, and I can assure you the city staff and everyone that lives here that is very concerned about this is working to find solutions, is talking with the different banks and with the members of the Nevada federal government in hopes of bringing this to a close at some point in the most equitable and best way for us all. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
My name is Hard. I live 123 David. I want to share a couple of pieces of history with you right quick, because I'm finna have it documented and sent back to the nation's capital. I came out west in 1962, and I brought two newspapers from Cleveland, Ohio, the Plain Dealer, and one of them said, front page of history, president assassination. Now that was in 62, and in 63, the first president, was Kennedy. He got assassinated, and Reagan almost died, whatever. But I'm gonna get to what it is. These are 0-year presidents. So when President Bush left, when Obama came in, that's a good thing. But when President Bush left and made it back to Texas alive, because he got elected in 2000, which is a 0 year, I was more proud of him going, hello, So I had a burden I've been carrying for years. Only 2 presidents that I had in contact, y'all, and that's a lot. And one of them is Clinton, and the other one was Gerald Ford. The rest of the presidents, I've all made contact with them. Hey, this is a good. What I'm trying to say, I got history, and I just want to show y'all, take these pictures.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it, and I'll be on my way.
Thank you very
you get
much.
one already?
More comments, please?
You got that one? Here's
Thank
one
you.
more. Here's one more. That's all I wanted, 2 pictures taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got them both? All right, thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Yes, ma'am.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. I haven't been here in a long time, but guess what? I'm back. And I want you to know, I want y'all to thank Michael McDonald. I want y'all to thank Arnie Starks, Jim Shadrick, Glenn Schlussinger, Howard Chin, and Ron Bonanelli. Now them shackles done been took off of Beatrice. Now Beatrice can come back. She can attend the meetings and do what she been doing. And my next question, and I want to say thank you to the man over Codis, for Mr. Smith. I want to thank him because I called him because of my mother's property. And he got right on them. My mother had been dead a year, and they hadn't did nothing with her property. He got right on them, went out there, gave them 10 days to clean it up. And they hadn't have no other choice but within that 10 days to clean their property. Or was they mad at me? Yes, they was, but they ain't give a damn because they need to clean it up. And the next thing I got to say, when is Michael McDonald going to do something to that property on Decatur and Vegas Drive? There's no water truck there to water down all that dirt. All them apartments that was towed down in the back. Those lots are not cleaned up. So what is he going to do with that he done left stuck over there? You can barely get to the cleaners. You can barely get to the restaurant over there. So what's his excuse now? Some contractor, the subcontractor that run off with the money? No, he need to be held accountable just like everybody else. A water truck need to be over there at least once a week. All that dirt need to be watered down. So now that I got much time to spend here, I'm gonna make sure I reap havoc on him until he do something with it. And it's so lovely to see Mayor Goodman, because I did not call your husband Mayor, but I will call you Mayor Goodman.
Oh, well, thank you. But you missed the boat with him. He was pretty good.
No.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, everyone. We will move on to item 100. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? Yes, ma'am. I hear. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask the community to please join me for a second community workshop this Monday and give your input on plans for the historic West Side School. The workshop is scheduled to begin at 5:30 p.m., July 25th, at the Doolittle Community Center, which is located at 1950 North J Street. We will unveil the architect's recommendations for the site plan design for the historic school, as well as the Variety Early Learning Center site. The meeting will begin promptly at 5 p.m., so we ask that you please come out and look at the overall plan that we have going for the historical West Side School, which is also listed. The school is listed on the City of Las Vegas Historic Property Register and the National Registry for Historic Places nationally, as well as here in Nevada. Secondly, youth are invited to a super pool party, and that's soup pool party. July 30th, your entrance into the pool party will be a can of soup or a canned good in order to help fill the food bank. So please come out. There will be lots of swimming, snacks, music, and information for the youth councils and recruitment, and a recruitment table for the Style Biter Back to School Fashion Show. So please bring out your canned good and come out and swim at the municipal pool located at 431 East Bonanza, right at the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard, July 30th. Also, please join me and the Department of Planning and Development on the date is it Monday, Flynn? I missed my date.
Excuse me, which?
Oh, the walkable community. The walkable community neighborhood meeting will take place on Tuesday, August 2nd, as well as Tuesday, August 23rd, and Wednesday, September 14th. The August 2nd meeting will take place from 6 to 7 p.m. at the Doolittle Community Center, and Tuesday, August 23rd, 6 to 7 p.m. at the Elks Lodge, number 1508, which is at 600 West Owens, and Wednesday, September 14th, from 6 to 7 p.m. at the Andre Agassi Boys and Girls Club, which is located at 800 North Martin Luther King Boulevard. And the walkable community plan assesses the ability of residents to walk to essential services and activities easily, safely, and comfortably throughout their community. So we would most definitely want to have the entire community's support and also input as we put this plan together. And I want to thank Flynn Fagg and his entire department for assisting my office with this walkable community in the planned study area in the historical West Las Vegas community. The first Thursday of every month, I host my Coffee with the Councilman. So August 4th will be Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks, located at the corner of Rancho and Bonanza. So please come out. That will start at 9 a.m. I look forward to continue to meet with business owners and residents that would like to speak to me in regards to what's going on in and around the community as well as inside of their business. August 13th is my annual back to school fair. We want to make sure that all the students return to school with all of the tools needed in order for them to be successful in the classroom. So the back to school fair this year will be taking place at the Doolittle Community Center starting at 9 a.m., but you most definitely want to get there early. Also, be sure to bring your children's or your child health immunization record, because we will have immunization taking place, but you will need your child's immunization card for the health district. And we'll have a lot of prizes and giveaways at the Back to School Fair taking place August 13th, starting at 9 a.m. And finally, the Senior Energy Assistant Expo is taking place August 13th as well. This is for seniors. The Senior Energy Assistant Expo is being hosted by Nevada Energy, or I should say NV Energy, on Saturday, August 13th. The event will be held from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Cashman Field Center, 850 Las Vegas Boulevard. And in addition to that, additional information on social services such as food, bank, housing, medical, and rental assistance will be available at the Senior Energy Assistant Expo. And that concludes all of the updates for Ward 5. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow. I was just making note of your meeting at Doolittle Center Friday. I would love to be in attendance, but I completely forgot. I have to be in Los Angeles at the U.S. Conference of Mayors Leadership Conference, but please invite me to your next review of the historic West Side School. Very devoted to that, have been through it many times, seen the great improvement at KSEP, and know it's right adjacent there. So I would love to be kept apprised of that. And your next meeting for review, please include me. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. And I am going to announce, just as every child in Clark County and Las Vegas wants to know, it's almost time for back to school. The Centennial Hills Back to School Fair will be held Friday, August 5th, and we're doing ours starting at 6:30 in the evening, because after we distribute the 500 school supplies to the first 500 students that show up at Centennial Hills Park, we will be having Movie in the Park at the amphitheater right next door. The movie will be Tangled, and it is being sponsored by our good friends at Smoothie King. So bring your blankets, lawn chairs, Kentucky Fried Chicken, and a slice of pizza for me. And I'll be giving out popcorn. And Anthony, too. I can see him out there. Yeah, he'll be out there, too. So I know kids don't want to hear it, but moms and dads, I'm sure they do. I'll be making that one more announcement at the following council meeting before the event. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Ross. Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Anthony.
Too early, August 5th, or back to school. I want to let you know about two events. On July 25th, which is a Monday morning at 9 a.m., we'll be holding a groundbreaking ceremony for a new fire station in Sun City, Summerlin. It's going to be a great event because this is a fire station that's very much needed in Sun City, Summerlin, which has about 12,000 residents, 8,000 homes. It's going to be located on the 9th tee box of the Palm Valley Golf Course in Sun City, Summerlin, which is the main entrance into Sun City from Lake Mead and Del Webb. So if you're in Sun City, please come out 9 o'clock, July 25th, or if you just like fire station groundbreakings, please come out and join us. I'll be there, Mayor Goodman will be there, and Councilman Ross will be there also. I also want to let everybody know August 2nd, which is the first Tuesday in August, is National Night Out. National Night Out is going to be held all over Las Vegas and Clark County. It's a great evening to meet with your neighbors and friends in one particular area, to find out who your neighbors are, who your friends are, socialize a little bit, find out what the issues are in your neighborhood. There'll be police officers there, firefighters, representatives from the city of Las Vegas. They're going to be in quite a few locations, so you can contact the city of Las Vegas or the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to find out which National Night Out will be held in your particular community. But come on out and support each other and create a sense of community and partnership in your particular neighborhood. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And before we adjourn, I would like to invite our Los Angeles visitor, our Eagle Scout of the future, to come back up to the podium if you would do that. Can you work? We have a gift for you. Everyone on the council has signed the agenda book for today, and we have some items in there. Is this a fanny pack or whatever you call it?
Yeah, that's a lunchbox, Mayor.
That's the smallest lunch box. Don't eat heavily, please. And of course, only good health food. Then we have this wonderful tablet for you to write down all your homework or your poetry or whatever literature you're writing. As I mentioned, we signed this, every one of us up here. We're so proud of you. This looks like a strange Frisbee of some sort. What is this, please?
That, Mayor, is a multiple highlighter for highlighting his homework as well.
Wow, now that's special. That's the innovation that this city has, putting its money, and because we're a very rich city, and I don't know what this means, you got 4 silver pencils. Oh my gosh. Has my husband's name on it, former Mayor Oscar Goodman, and then and 4 Goodmans to 1 blue for the city council. But we wish you the best, and then I am putting in there, which I can't find, one of the things that my husband always gave away when he was mayor for 12 years was a black coin that had a caricature of him on it. And that was his calling card. It was black, and in Las Vegas, a black coin is $100. And when I filed for mayor, I said, I want to be better than $100. So mine is a yellow chip, which is a $1,000 chip. And if you can find anybody to cash it, I've boxes of them. Please call me, and we will go shopping together, Mom, okay? We wish you the best of luck. We're thrilled that you're here. You have made us all smile, and we know, oh, there's one more thing. A City of Las Vegas lapel pin. That's the best. That is the best. It's better even than show and tell. And we wish you the best. And can I trouble you, since you're the very tallest, to lean over to this wonderful young man who will be let in to take the bag with our best of luck. Oh, here it comes. Watch out, a flying missile.
Gotta get a picture first.
You can go in there.
Okay.
And can you tell us your name again, Mayor? I mean, can you tell us his name again, Mayor, with your permission? What's your name again?
Henry Jennings.
Henry?
Henry Jennings.
Mayor,
Well,
can I tell him this?
Yes, please.
Henry, are you staying in Vegas for long?
For how many more days? 1 week.
1 week. Henry, you can watch this on KCLV Channel 2 over and over again. And the reason the mayor brought you up there so we could get you on television so you could brag to your friends back home in Studio City. You can also go online at LasVegasNevada.gov and watch this all you want. Okay?
And maybe if he's lucky, somebody will give him a DVD of it.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
know
very
if
good.
our communications department can do that. But we wish you the best. We thank you for visiting our city, and we expect you back here often. Congratulations, Mom. And with that, are there anybody else wishes to speak from the council? And hearing none, this council meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was so nice.